Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's edition of live commentary coverage for the Goodyear 400 for the NASCAR Cup Series. It is almost time for the green flag. We are just over a half hour away from the start of today's NASCAR Cup Series race at Darlington. It's going to be a fun one. Throwback scheme set for the weekend. We'll get to see a lot of pretty cars on track and a lot of great racing to come, as we've already seen some good racing this weekend with the Truck Series race on Friday night and yesterday afternoon's instant classic of a finish for the NASCAR Xfinity Series here today. We've got some predictions to get through for this one, get some last-minute fantasy advice, some late betting advice as well. So buckle up, be sure to stay tuned, hit the like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as we get into this live commentary coverage once again today. So as you see, we're on NASCAR's website right now. You can join the NASCAR Fantasy League on the mobile app or website at NASCAR.com. And you go to quick links, click on Fantasy Live to try to join. You get two chances, or I should say two tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing in 2024 if you win the regular season or playoff championship. You can't win the regular season championship if you are not already in the league, considering the fact that we're almost halfway through the regular season already, but you automatically qualify for the playoffs if you're just in the league when it starts up. This is actually my team from last week, so I do have to update this here in the closing minutes as we get through the pre-race predictions. But you can go where it says sign out here on the corner. If you're not already signed in, it just takes your email. It's free to join. You'll want to search for KRC League, KRC in all caps, space, and then a capital L on League. That's the league you'll want to join to have a chance to win that grand prize. The only qualifications for it, other than being in the league, is that and winning the regular season or playoff championship. As I mentioned, is you got to be a subscriber of the channel as well right here on YouTube. So I'll put it in the chat. KRC League, as you can see down below. Jeffrey Dunn, Earl Arnold Jr., Jeff Sperry, James Moore, and Philip Moore. Welcome into the stream. You guys are the first in the chat down below. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Happy Mother's Day to everybody out there as well. We will give thanks for that as we go throughout the course of today's coverage. So, today we will start off, and I'll fill the team in as I go for my must-haves, my don't-haves, and my sleeper picks. As usual, I like to start off with the negative so we can get that out of the way. We're going to start off with the drivers you should stay away from in your fantasy lineups today, and I think these three drivers are probably drivers you should stay away from any sort of picks for a win in today's race, and some of them probably stay away from a top 10 finish as well. We're going to start off with, I think, the most obvious pick to stay away from this weekend of the top-tier drivers, and that's going to be Ryan Blaney for Penske Racing. He's my favorite driver, but I'm willing to admit that this is probably his worst racetrack on the NASCAR circuit. He only has one career top 10 here and 12 career starts at the Darlington Raceway. Last season, he finished 17th and 13th at both races, unloaded with not great speed this week, qualified 11th yesterday morning, I should say, and was 14th overall in practice. He did have a little bit better long run speed, which I think could help out for him. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of race it's going to be, if we're going to have a lot of long runs or a lot of cautions, because we had a lot of long runs on the truck race, but then the Xfinity Series race, and those cars have less downforce than the truck series, and the Cup cars have a little bit less downforce than the truck series as well. We saw a lot of cautions at yesterday's Xfinity race, so it could be really a little bit of both, I think, today. Last year's Goodyear 400 was fairly calm for the first half, and then the second half of the race there was a lot of cautions. It could play like that again. It could be rules reversed where we have a lot of caution flags early in the race. In the second half we don't have as many, so we don't know what to look out for. Anyway, I think he'll be better in the long run, but I don't think he's going to be that good on the short run. He may sneak into the top 10 late just because of the equipment he's in, but I don't trust it. Again, only one top 10 finish in his last 12 starts at Darlington. His only 12 starts at Darlington in the NASCAR Cup Series. So stay away from Ryan Blaney on any fantasy teams here today. The next driver who I want you to stay away from, believe it or not, is going to be Ross Chastain. Chastain finished 20th and 30th at both Darlington races last year. The Goodyear 400, he finished 30th. He failed to make it to the end of the race. Actually had a strong car, won a stage in the first half of the race, but he struggled on the long runs. So if we do see a lot of long run speeds today, and something that the Chevys have really struggled with is long run speed so far this season. The Toyotas have been the long run speed manufacturer. I would stay away from Ross Chastain. Chastain did qualify fifth. It was ninth fastest in practice, so he does look to have speed today. If he makes it to the end of the race, I think he's going to have a good shot at a top 10. But because he tends to not make it to the end of a race at Darlington, I would probably stay away from him. In his last 4 starts there, he only has one finish better than 15th place, and that was the Southern 500 with Chip Ganassi Racing, where he finished in 3rd. So I'd stay away from Chastain. I think it's just too risky of a pick for today. So I will end up taking him out of my lineup, and I'll put somebody else in as we go. As far as the other driver, there's 3 drivers I have on my don't have list this weekend. Chase Elliott is another. This is one of Chase Elliott's worst racetracks on the schedule. He qualified 21st for today's race. I know he was fastest overall in practice yesterday. I think he's going to have good equipment. The Hendrick cars, for the most part, outside of Josh Berry, looked fast in either practice or qualifying yesterday. They had really good long-run speed. More so out of the 5 and the 24 than the 9. But Chase Elliott's done pretty good since coming back from his leg injury. He seems to be hit or miss. One week he finishes in the top 10 and runs there for most of the race, and the other week he doesn't run very well. And I think this is going to be a week he does not run well. He only has 4 career top 10 finishes at Darlington and 10 career starts. And he's only finished in the top 5 in the first 2 stages of the race 3 times in the last 9 races. So that would technically be only 3 top 5 finishes in the last 18 stages when you count just stage 1 and stage 2. So Elliott is not a guy who's going to be running up towards the front for a lot of this race. Kind of like Ryan Blaney or Ross Chastain. I'd say more so like Ryan Blaney. If Elliott does get a top 10 today, he's not going to get a lot of stage points, and it's going to be because this race goes on a longer run, especially with him qualifying deep in the field. Blaney didn't qualify quite as deep, but he did qualify outside the top 10. So he's going to have his work cut out for him in the early going. So I would just stay away from those 3 drivers. I'm predicting them not to get a top 10 finish today. Equipment says that they can do it, but there's only 10 spots open. I think there's much better options out there. So stay away from Ross Chastain, Chase Elliott, and Ryan Blaney in today's race. The 3 sleeper picks I have today, and I feel really confident about 2 of the 3. I'll start off with the most confident picks. I'm going to say Ricky Stenhouse Jr. gets a top 10 finish today. He finished in 8th place in the spring Darlington race last year. JTG Doherty Racing with that 47 team has been a lot faster this year than last year. He's already got 2 top 5s, 4 top 10s. Of course, the win came in the Daytona 500. He hasn't led a lot of laps. He's only led 17 laps this season, so I'm not saying he's going to go up there and compete for the win, but I do think he's got a chance at a top 10 finish and maybe even a top 5. He qualified in 3rd place for today's race, was 5th overall in practice yesterday, and much like the Hendrick Chevys, he had a lot of long-run speed. He actually had better long-run pacing than both the Trackhouse cars and really any other Chevrolet outside of the 24 and the 5 in practice yesterday, so look out for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. I think he can get a good finish. Tyler Reddick is the other one I feel really confident about. He finished 2nd and 3rd in both Darlington races last year, so 2 top 3 finishes. 4th fastest in practice yesterday overall, and he did qualify 9th. Now, one thing that does concern me with Tyler Reddick is long-run speed. He fell outside the top 10 once they got above 20 laps into a run, so that might be where they're going to have to make some adjustments to help him on the long-run speed. He's going to be really quick on the short run. A lot of the Toyotas probably will be because they did qualify particularly well, but the long-run speed that we usually see out of the Toyotas, which helped Denny Hamlin win, per se, at Kansas, helped Martin Truex Jr. win at Dover in recent weeks, I would be a little bit concerned out of the Toyota camp on the long-run speed today because they just didn't show it in practice yesterday. And for the 45 team of Tyler Reddick specifically, I think he'll have speed. He's going to maybe struggle on the long run a little bit, but I feel confident overall he can at least get a top 10 finish. Eric Jones is the final sleeper pick I have today. Now, this is the one I'm least confident with, and the main reason is not so much the equipment with the Legacy Motor Club 43 car, because he won in that 43 car in the Southern 500 last summer. The reason why I'm concerned is because they didn't unload with great speed early in practice. On the long run, he had a little bit of pace and ended up actually finishing overall in practice on speed 2nd. So there is a little bit there. He qualified 28th. That is where it's going to be a struggle for him to get towards the front of the field. We know Darlington is so tough to pass on. There's very, very little room to race your own car around the racetrack, let alone when you're trying to pass 27 other cars that will be in front of him at the start of today's race. So he's not a guy that's probably going to score a lot of stage points, so it's kind of a risky play for the fantasy lineup, but I think he does have a pretty good outside chance to get a top 10 finish today. That's what I'm predicting, at least, out of the sleeper picks. So again, sleeper picks, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Tyler Reddick, and Eric Jones today. I have 3 must-have picks for you guys that you should absolutely have in your fantasy lineup. No ifs, ands, or buts. And we're going to start off with William Byron in the 24 car. Byron comes into the season tied for the second most top 10 finishes this year. In his last 5 Darlington starts, he has finished in the top 10 3 of those 5 races. Came with great pace this week. I mentioned both him and Larson have good long run speed based off of qualifying. That will be something to look out for. Byron also has good short run speed because he qualified in the 4th place position, one of the highest qualifying Chevrolets, only behind Ricky Stenhouse Jr., 3rd fastest overall in practice yesterday. He was top 4 pretty much all the way through the 5, 10, 15, 20, and 25 lap practice session run. He did not make a run more than 30 laps, so he wasn't on that list of 17 drivers that had at least a 30-lap stint. But in the 25-lap stint that he had, in every 5-lap increment in between there, he was in the top 4. So I would look out for Byron to be really quick today. I was debating on taking him for the win today. I ended up not taking him late, but plus 850 odds, I'd say he has a really good shot to go to victory lane. I would not be surprised if he's one of the favorites and leads quite a few laps in today's action. Denny Hamlin is another one of the must-have picks. I picked him to win at Kansas last week. This week, I think he's going to have a good run as well. Darlington, one of his best tracks, probably his very best intermediate, along with Kansas. He has 5 career wins here. 4 of those wins have come in the last 17 races at the Lady in Black. 11 top 5 finishes in those last 17 races, as well as 13 top 10s. He has finished in the top 10 in stages in the last 10 races. So the first and second stage in the last 10 races, 18 of those 20 stages he's finished in the top 10. So he has got stage points all except for 2 stages in the last 10 races here. So he's a guy that's going to be up towards the front of the field for a large portion of today's race. If he's not even in the top 5 contending for the win, he's going to be in the top 10 all day. Guarantee that he's going to get some some stage points. So I think he's a good pick for your fantasy lineup. I think he's an absolute must-have on a hot streak. Toyota as a whole, JGR as a whole on a hot streak here as of late. 4 Toyota drivers have won in the last 6 races, and they've all been different drivers. Hamlin, Bell, Truex, and Reddick. So I think it's going to be a pretty good start if you have Denny Hamlin in your team again today. My pick to win the race, he was my pick to win yesterday's Xfinity Series race. Got that right. I've got 3 Xfinity races predicted correctly this year, 4 Cup races. I won last week's Cup race taking Denny Hamlin. I'm going to take Kyle Larson this week just as I did yesterday afternoon. Extra seat time is always going to help. There were only 3 drivers from the Xfinity Series race yesterday that are in the Cup race today. And Kyle Larson is one of them, and he got the job done. Last lap pass for the win. He ended up leading, I think, the second most laps in the race. He also won the first stage of that race as well. Was strong. Had to come from 30th on the second to last restart of the race, following a pit road speeding penalty. Now, I will say, because it's the Cup Series, and the Cup Series field is a lot more, I'd say, competitive from front to back. The cars are more equal with each other in the Cup Series than what they would be in the Xfinity Series with the new car. So I would probably say if he gets a pit road speeding penalty today, he will not come back to win. So he needs to not make mistakes on pit road. It's something that really Larson is kind of known for doing. He speeds on pit road a lot. Feels like it's every other week sometimes. He can't afford to do that today. I don't think he's going to be able to come back from it. So as long as he keeps that car towards the front of the field, I think he'll be okay. He didn't look as great on the short run in practice. So if this race does have a lot of cautions in the final stage, I think that'll hurt Kyle Larson. If we have a lot of long runs in the final stage like we did in the Xfinity race yesterday, that'll play out into Kyle Larson's favor. He can really go to work. He ended up having a top 5 speed on the 20-plus lap averages, but in the first 15 laps of the run, he was actually right around 15th to 20th on lap averages there. So I would probably be a little concerned on the short run speed. I'm sure they'll make adjustments as the race progresses and try to get him maybe a little bit better in the short run as well as the long run, because what they say and what is accurate is that in every long run there is a short run. So we'll see. If he gets the track position, I'm sure clean air will maybe help him keep the lead or only lose a couple positions on a restart, and then he can get him back over the course of a 20 to 30 lap plus run before they have to make green flag pit stops. So I would look towards Kyle Larson winning the race today. Larson's been really good in his career at Darlington. Finally got the monkey off his back, winning at the track yesterday, so I think that'll help and give him more confidence for today. Anytime you can have a confident driver, especially someone like Kyle Larson, that's only going to help. Let's see here. The stats for Larson at Darlington. He's got 7 top 10 finishes in his only 10 career starts here. Most of those with Chip Ganassi Racing. He's only made 4 starts at Darlington with Hendrick Motorsports. He has 5 top 3 finishes in his career. 3 runner-ups, 2 third-place finishes at this racetrack. And qualified 7th. I think I might have already mentioned that. And as far as top 5 finishes in stages 1 and 2, he has 5 in the last 7 races. So he's going to be another guy much like Hamlin who will be in the top 10 guaranteed all day. He's going to score a lot of points. So even if you don't pick him to win today's race necessarily, I think he is a pretty solid pick to run top 10 all day. And if you can do that at a track like Darlington, you will be in contention in the late going. So that is today's pre-race predictions. We'll fly through them really quickly here once again. Must-have picks that you should absolutely have in your fantasy lineups today. Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, and William Byron. My sleeper picks to have outside shots at a top 10, and 2 of them that I really feel confident with is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Tyler Reddick. A little wishy-washy in Eric Jones, but I think he does have a shot to finish maybe like an 8th, 9th, or 10th place position today. So Eric Jones I would put into the sleeper category as well. The 3 drivers you should absolutely stay away from, take out of your fantasy lineups right now, would be Ryan Blaney, Chase Elliott, and Ross Chastain. So I'm going to get my get everything updated here. I'm going to actually not do it on the website so you guys can see it, and I'm going to do it on my phone and throw the chat up on the website for right now. Or the chat up on the screen so that way I can read that, put my lineup on my phone, and then I'll switch the comment section to my phone after the fact. Marvin Davis, Mark Witkowski, Dark Crypto, Robert Perkle, Alan Williams, also welcome into the stream. My voice cracked. The stream. Thanks for everybody tuning in here this afternoon. Again, happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Hopefully you guys enjoyed today's coverage of the Goodyear 400 live on KRC. Put 100 on KB at 18-1. My goodness. Yeah, I don't have that kind of money to throw down. I mean, I did, I guess, if I only, put money on drivers to win races, but I do, a couple other bets throughout the course of the race weekend. Like today I have positions, driver winning out of positions 1 through 10, Chevy winning, because even if Larson doesn't win today, I feel really confident about William Byron. Elliott did have good long run speed. He just kind of struggled in qualifying, even though I don't have him as a must have for that reason. I'm trying to think who else Chevrolet wise. Daniel Suarez looked pretty quick. Stenhouse maybe could pull off an upset. Eric Jones. So I do feel confident at least a Chevy will go to victory lane. If a Chevy doesn't go to victory lane, I think either Truex or Hamlin's going to win. I think that would be literally the only way a Chevy wouldn't go to victory lane. I don't think Ford's winning. I'll let you guys listen into the pre-race infocations.
And remove your hats as Lakewood High School Junior ROTC presents our nation's colors. And here to offer today's invocation on Mother's Day, please welcome the mother of Chad and Ross Chastain, Susan Chastain.
Let us pray. Lord, it's such an honor to gather before you today to love on our moms a little extra today in honor of Mother's Day. Maybe be the godly example for our kids you would have us to do, as you talked about in Deuteronomy 6, to love you with all our heart, strength, and soul, and instill that in our kids. Maybe find someone today, if they're having a little bit of struggle with today, maybe find a kind word in your name to speak to them. And this we pray in your name. Amen.
And now to perform our national anthem, please welcome from the United States Air Force Band, Master Sergeant Ashley Keeks.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets wrinkling, the bombs bursting in air, he proved through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, we are getting closer and closer and closer to the drop of the green flag for today's Goodyear 400 at the Darlington Raceway. We'll take a look at the point standings coming into this race here in a few seconds. You guys can see it on the screen for the moment. I'm still trying to get my fantasy lineup in here. I'm almost done. And I'll get the chat back up on my phone here very shortly. Alrighty. Good to go there. And now I'll get the chat back up. All right, so point standings coming into today's race. Ross Chastain, still the regular season points leader through the first 12 races, will be officially halfway through the regular season once the checkered flag falls today, and then we'll head to the All-Star race, as next week's race at North Wilkesboro will not be for points, but $1 million on the line for the race winner of that event. The next points race will be the Coke 600 on Memorial Day Sunday. Ross Chastain has a 31-point lead over Christopher Bell as of right now. 5 top 5, 6 top 10s for Chastain this season. Big number of why he is out in front right now. No DNFs, as you see right here, and he also has the second most stage wins on the season with 4. He's 151 points above the cutoff line. He does not have a win yet this year. We've had 9 different winners in the Cup Series, so still 7 spots are available. The regular season champion, whether they have a win or not, will be locked into the playoffs. So as long as he can keep that lead, he's got over half a race worth of points ahead of second place on back. It's looking good for Chastain for right now, but if he can keep that 0 in the DNFs category, he's going to have a very good shot of being able to be the regular season champion. Christopher Bell is second in points. He's 31 points back. It's very tight. Second, really all the way through William Byron in ninth. The only difference between second through ninth in points is 42 points. Remember, 1 point per position, then stage points awarded in the first 2 stages for the top 10 as well. 1 point per position there as far as the regular season standings are concerned. The drivers who are locked into the playoffs virtue of wins right now would be Christopher Bell with 1 win at Dirt Bristol, Martin Truex Jr. with a win a couple weeks ago at Dover, Denny Hamlin got his first win of the season last week at Kansas, Tyler Reddick has a win at Circuit of the Americas, Kyle Larson with 2 wins on the season at Martinsville and Richmond, William Byron has won 2 races at Phoenix and Las Vegas, Joey Logano has a win at Atlanta, Kyle Busch with 2 wins at Auto Club and Talladega, and then Ricky Stenhouse Jr. won the Daytona 500. Those are the 9 drivers that are locked into the playoffs. As far as the playoff bubble right now, Daniel Suarez, 6 points to the good in 16th in the standings. And then Chase Briscoe, the last driver above the cutoff line, he is only 2 points ahead of Bubba Wallace coming into today's race. Ty Gibbs is 16 points below the cutoff line as of right now. Michael McDowell, 18 points below the cutoff line. Austin Cindric is minus 25. Other drivers who are barely to the good on points right now, Bubble-wise, Chris Buescher is 49 points to the good. And then more comfortably, Brad Keselowski is 68 points ahead, just over one full race in the good when it comes into this race. And he is in the top 10 in points still, 10th overall in the regular season standings. So once we get the raw feed available for you guys, I will pull that up. And it looks like it is available on NASCAR's website. We'll get that full leaderboard out for you guys. They will be given the command here in a matter of moments. You guys will get to listen into that again on the stream. Dale, thanks for tuning in. Got about 80 people watching right now. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Again, this is our third live commentary stream of the race weekend. So we have live commentary streams every weekend for the NASCAR Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series. So we have the triple header this week. Next weekend, North Wilkesboro All-Star Race. We'll have live commentary streams for the truck race on Saturday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and the Cup race for the Open and the actual All-Star race itself. So all day Sunday, live commentary for the Open and the All-Star race for North Wilkesboro for the Cup Series. Also, the Cup Series on Saturday before the truck race is having heat races. So we will also be live commentary streaming those races as well. So I believe at 6 p.m., if I'm not mistaken, either 5 or 6. I'll have the start times for you at the end of the stream. But heat races for the NASCAR Cup Series at North Wilkesboro will be Saturday evening before the truck race. We'll do back-to-back live commentary streams there, and then we'll do back-to-back live commentary streams on Sunday for the Open and the All-Star race. There's usually like an hour break between races, so we'll have the Open commentary, then we'll have a break, and then we'll come back with the 8 p.m. Full live stream, live commentary of the actual race.
Most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome the representatives from NASCAR's 75 greatest drivers.
Drivers, start your engines.
Engines are currently being fired, and we are moments away from the drop of the green flag for today's Goodyear 400 and another NASCAR throwback race weekend. This is the 8th consecutive year that the NASCAR Cup Series is running the 9th consecutive year that NASCAR is running throwback schemes in one of their Darlington races. Used to be the Southern 500 when the tradition started back in 2015, but ever since the 2021 season where the spring Darlington race Darlington got an extra date once again where they were able to run a spring race and a fall race. They moved the throwback weekend to the spring race so that way it would not interfere with the tradition of the Southern 500 being on Labor Day weekend, as well as, of course, the start to the NASCAR playoffs. So, here is the starting lineup for today's Goodyear 400 at Darlington. Martin Truex Jr. on the pole, trying to go for his second win in 3 races. Bubba Wallace on the front row as well, starting outside of him in row 1. And Wallace still looking for his first win. Mentioned coming into this race, he is only 2 points below the cutoff line as of right now from Chase Briscoe. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Daytona 500 winner on the inside of row 3, finished 8th in last season's Goodyear 400, and William Byron will be on the outside trying to go for his 3rd win of the season. Ross Chastain, the regular season points leader, comes in and starting on the inside of row 3 with his teammate at Trackhouse Racing, Daniel Suarez, to his outside. Suarez just barely in the points right now, 4 points to the good coming into this race on the playoff cut line. Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin had an epic battle last weekend at Kansas. Hamlin got the win. Larson won yesterday's Xfinity race. Both those drivers will line up in row number 4. Row number 5 will be Tyler Reddick, the COTA winner from this season. And Brad Keselowski starting in the top 10 once again. He's been one of the best Ford teams so far this year. Still top 10 in points. Trying to go for his first win of the 2023 season. And his first with RFK Racing. Ryan Blaney and Kyle Busch will be in row 6. Blaney only has one top 10 finish at Darlington, trying to get his second today in his 13th career start. And Kyle Busch, a multi-time Darlington winner, trying to get another win at the Lady in Black and his 3rd win of the 2023 season. Ty Gibbs and Harrison Burton will be in row number 4. This will be Gibbs' second career start at Darlington in the Cup Series. He has 4 top 10s this season, trying to go for number 5 today and boost himself inside the cutoff line as he is just on the bubble outside looking in. Joey Logano and Christopher Bell will be in row 8 for this one. Bell's only win came at Dirt Bristol. Logano's only win at Atlanta, both trying to win their first intermediate race of the season. Eric Almirola and Austin Dillon will be back in row 4. Row number 5 will be Michael McDowell and Kevin Harvick. Row number, sorry, I might have said the wrong row there. Row number 9 will be Eric Almirola, Austin Dillon. Row 10 will be Michael McDowell, Kevin Harvick. Chase Elliott and Justin Haley will be in row 3. Haley finished in 3rd place in last year's Goodyear 400. And Chase Elliott tried to get to the finish. He DNF'd last season. Josh Berry filling in for Alex Bowman for the 3rd consecutive week in the 48 car. He'll be on the inside of row 12 with Todd Gilliland to his outside in the 38 car this week. Austin Cindric and the return of Ryan Newman will be in the row number 13. Newman running the 51 for Rick Ware Racing, his first start in a next-gen Cup car. It'll be Chris Buescher and Eric Jones in row number 14. Jones won the Southern 500 at Darlington last season with the 43 team, trying to get his 2nd win in a row at the track and 3rd overall at Darlington. Noah Gragson, the rookie, will make his first Cup start at Darlington today, and AJ Allmendinger will be starting to the outside of him in row 15. Chase Briscoe and Ryan Preece qualifying deep in the field again on another intermediate track this year. They need to look for more speed in the intermediate tracks this season. Hopefully a start today with a good finish is a step in the right direction. They'll be in row 16. Briscoe also, again, last driver above the cutoff line of Wallace, who starts 29 spots ahead of him. He's only 2 points ahead when the race begins. Row number 17 will be Ty Dillon and Corey LaJoie. LaJoie ran the truck race the other night. And then BJ McLeod and Brendan Poole will be in row 18 rounding out the field. Brendan Poole will be in the 15 for the 3rd consecutive week here this week. In the FS1 booth this week, Mike Joy, Clint Boyer, and then for Stage 1, Kyle and Richard Petty will be in the booth. Stage 2, they'll have Carl Edwards, and Stage 3 will be Bill Elliott. You guys will get to listen into that periodically throughout the course of today's race. So you can listen to all those NASCAR legends alongside our usual broadcast. Vintage Chick, welcome to the stream as well. Silent Al Scribe, Wilkes County Boy, also welcome. Billy Kramer, Kelly O'Neill, and Bobby Lemieux, welcome into the stream.
Just hearing the stories about how tough this place was from the time I was a kid, from my granddad to my dad. I was here in '85 when the A.J. Foyt had to take the rookie test. When you make A.J. Foyt take a rookie test, it's got to be a tough place. That gets in your head somewhere.
Yeah, you lived up to a lot of expectations too. That was real.
I don't know if I lived up to them, but I could see them. I could see them. I could tell you that. But you know what? It was so much fun to come here and be a part of this place with the Pure Record Club, the qualifying club, everything that they had here. It was just so much fun. And it's a great honor to be in the booth with you guys. I can't wait till my dad gets up here. This is one thing my dad and I have never done. We've never been in the booth at the same time. Of all the things we've done in this sport, never done that.
Wow. Well,
Yeah.
that'll be a first. That's great. Let's have a look at the Goodyear starting lineup for this race. And we're going to go right to the radio and right to the pole sitter.
About it, Polecat. How about you, Mark Truex Jr., Boyer, the boys at the booth? You got me?
Yeah, I got you, Boyer. Go ahead.
Man, red hot, been fast. Dover, Kansas, you name it. You've been the name of the game. On the pole again for today. What do you got out there?
Yeah, I'm feeling good about it. Love this racetrack, and guys are doing a great job. So, see if we can't keep this thing up for all day and finish it off with this auto owner Camry.
What's the hardest part about this place? What's the biggest challenge?
Everything.
I think, if we can stay up front all day, we'll be in good shape.
Everything's hard about this place.
He's going through pit road speed.
Tire wear,
Just gonna let it go.
surface, the wall.
Checking those pit road
Competition.
speeds, Kyle. So important down there. You see them, what they're doing here.
I screwed that first part all up.
Yeah. And listen, you're right. You heard him say he screwed that first part up. But here's the deal. Checking that pit road speed and having it, it's the second most important thing today about pit road. First thing is going to be getting on pit road. We saw some yesterday.
So drivers have checked their pit road speed. They'll reform up out of turn number 2 and we'll go to pit road for last minute updates in the poodle skirt, rocking the poodle skirt, Jamie Little.
Oh, Mike, this weekend has just been so much fun, from the throwback outfits to the paint schemes. And, you know, Ross Chastain, he has one of those great paint schemes that we'll talk about later on. But what a week it's been for him. He's been the most talked about driver in the sport, and that's, of course, because of his fight on Sunday with Noah Gragson. But I talked to Ross, and he told me, listen, I don't want it to come to blows, but I'm always going to protect myself, and I'm going to protect my team. Noah and him have talked. They even raced against each other this week, and they're putting it behind them. Now, as for today, that number one team, they really feel like they have a car capable of winning, so they could be the most talked about team this week for a different reason. Regan Smith?
Well, Jamie, Tyler Reddick is somebody who always looks forward to coming to Darlington. In fact, last year, he finished second and third in the 2 races at this racetrack. Many expect the same thing out of him today, but Friday afternoon, his job got a little bit more challenging. His crew chief, Billy Scott, was ejected from the racetrack in pre-qualifying tech issues. Asked to leave. Dave Rogers, the team's technical director, is stepping in to fill in for Billy Scott this weekend. He is going to be on the box. He said that everything was set up for him already. There's not too much of a challenge for him as he gets ready to call this race today. Mike?
Thanks, Regan. I see you brought your own shade for today. Good move. Well, last week at Kansas Speedway, 37 lead changes. That is a record for a 400-mile race on a 1.5-mile track. 11 caution flags, and this last lap bump and run, and that post-race altercation left everybody leaving Kansas and very excited about what we might see here at Darlington. Noah Gragson on the right, Ross Chastain on the left. Chastain will roll off from 5th position. Gragson 29th today. Bubba Wallace will start from the outside of the front row, although Truex has chosen the outside. Bubba will be inside. We listened in on the 23.
Yes, I got to take what give us. Appreciate the effort. Been paying off lately, so let's keep up the big momentum. Have a good day. See you all the end of it. Thanks. Yeah, brother. We got your back. You do you. We'll be good.
I love this. Love that pep talk before the race. Bubba Wallace and company. By the way, very good qualifying session for them. We have our favorite. See Truex on the pole, saw that. How about Stenhouse Jr. being up there? Great part of this conversation early. Great qualifying effort. William Byron, saw him at the end of that race a year ago. Suarez up front, and then Larson and Hamlin. Keep an eye on them, boys.
After an instant classic last week at Kansas, what will Darlington bring this week? Will we have another instant classic for back-to-back races at a classic NASCAR racetrack? Martin Truex Jr. leads the field through the Geico restart zone for the first time today. Green flag is in the air, and the Goodyear 400 will begin in front of a packed crowd at the Darlington Raceway. Side by side for the lead through turns 1 and 2 for Bubba Wallace and Martin Truex Jr. Wallace almost clears the 19, who got a little loose off the exit of turn 2, coming across the hop from the fresher pavement to the older pavement. Wallace trying to hug the bottom lane, slides up the track, trying to side draft Truex. Truex had to lift to keep it off the wall off the exit of turn 2. Bubba Wallace will lead lap 1 by a couple of inches over Truex Jr., who started on the pole. Wallace down to the bottom of the racetrack, slides up again, trying to diamond the corner and put the 19 in an uncompromised position, and they remain side by side for the lead still. Byron was able to pull clear for third ahead of Daniel Suarez and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on the opening lap of the race. He's closing in on the 2 ahead of him that continue to run side by side. Truex finally clears Wallace off turn 4. The 23 pulls up in line, and Byron right in line behind the 23, still in third. Truex will lead lap 2 after Wallace leads lap 1. Side-by-side battle for about 7th between Ross Chastain and Brad Keselowski on the track. Chastain will win that battle, throwing a UPS Dale Jarrett throwback scheme on that race car. They actually got UPS to sponsor this weekend as well for the throwback race, only making it that much more of a throwback. Kyle Busch now trying to put the battle to Keselowski after he couldn't keep up with Ross Chastain. That would be a battle for 8th place. Busch already up 3 spots on the initial start from 12th to 9th. And Kyle Larson ended up losing about 4 positions on the start of the race, falling from 7th to 11th place. Didn't notice any other major changes for position, at least in the top 20 off the very first 4 laps of the afternoon. So the top 5 right now through 5 laps. Martin Truex Jr. has a half a second lead built up over Bubba Wallace already. Second and a half off the lead is William Byron in third as he's starting to lose pace from the 23. Daniel Suarez is in fourth place, 1.9 seconds off the lead, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is fifth, 2.3 seconds off the race lead. It's like Ryan Newman lost about 5 positions off the early going of the race today, making his return to the NASCAR Cup Series, his first race since the season finale at Phoenix back in 2021. It was the very last race with the Gen 6 car, so he has not raced the next-gen car until this weekend. Couldn't even get a test session in this race car, so he did not have a chance to run on track with this car until yesterday in practice. Adapted pretty quick, qualified in the 26th place position, which is actually pretty good for Rick Ware Racing Ford. Qualified a couple of the SHR Fords. '43 car of Eric Jones has gained 5 positions already for 28th to 23rd as well. And he is the biggest mover of those through the first 8 completed laps of the race. Kyle Busch still sitting in line behind Keselowski. And Byron has now fallen about 2.5 seconds off the race lead as the 2 Toyotas in front of him of Truex and Wallace are still pulling away. Although Byron not under heavy duress from behind by Daniel Suarez. Suarez is almost a full second behind Willie B. The Toyotas weren't quite as quick as the Chevys on long run in practice yesterday, which are rules reversed compared to what we have seen for most of the early going of the 2023 NASCAR Cup Series season, where the Toyotas have been the good short run vehicles been the good long run vehicles, and the Chevys kind of take off on the short run or the first half of a tire stint before the Toyotas tend to overtake later in the run. Yesterday at practice, the Toyotas had the short run speed. They all qualified very well for the most part. I think other than Ty Gibbs, they were all in the top 10, the other 5 in qualifying yesterday. And then obviously sweeping the front row with the 19 and the 23. And the Chevys were a lot faster in the long run periods of practice. William Byron, top 4 at 20. Really every lap increment in practice. But then Kyle Larson specifically, once they got above 20 laps into a run, then worked his way into the top 10 and was actually top 5 overall in the 30-lap average category of the 17 drivers that did partake in a 30-lap stint on tires in yesterday's practice session. Going to a commercial break for the first time today on Fox Sports 1 is where you can watch the race. Our full field running order through the first 11 laps out of 293 today has Martin Truex Jr. still in the race lead, now 0.7 of a second ahead of Bubba Wallace, who is in P2. P3 would be William Byron, Daniel Suarez in 4th, and then Ricky Stenhouse Jr. rounds out the top 5. Denny Hamlin in 6th, Ross Chastain 7th, Brad Keselowski 8th, Kyle Busch 9th, and Tyler Reddick is 10th. Kyle Larson in 11th, 12th place Ryan Blaney, Harrison Burton 13th, Joey Logano 14th, Christopher Bell is 15th, Ty Gibbs 16th, Kevin Harvick 17th, Eric Almirola 18th, Austin Dillon 19th, Justin Haley is 20th. Michael McDowell 21st, Todd Gilliland is 22nd, Eric Jones 23rd, Chase Elliott falling back to 24th, Josh Berry 25th, Chris Buescher 26th, Austin Cindric 27th, AJ Allmendinger 28th, Ryan Preece 29th, and Chase Briscoe is 30th. Ryan Newman in 31st, Noah Gragson 32nd, 33rd is Corey LaJoy, 35th, just skipping positions here, 34th is Ty Dillon, Brendan Poole 35th, and BJ McLeod rounds out the field. Through the first 12 laps, all 36 cars still on the lead lap in this one. Furthest off the lead, McLeod 22 seconds back of race leader Martin Truex Jr. Again, Bubba Wallace led the first lap of the race from the second starting spot, but then Truex has led every lap after that. The 23 could not clear the 19, but he did beat him to the line of the opening lap before Truex cleared him off turn 4 on lap 2, coming to lap 3. So that is the early going running order. We have just over 100 people watching right now. Our goal will be 150 likes on today's stream. We hit our goal of 100 likes during the truck race. We did not during the Xfinity race yesterday. So we're 1 for 1. Let's try to get the win this weekend. Let's get to 150 likes on the stream. So if you haven't hit it yet, definitely do so. And again, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as well. About 8 minutes into this race. 1.4 second lead now for Truex over Wallace. Truex definitely the fastest car in the racetrack, at least for right now, in the first 15 laps of this run. Stage split's fairly even for the most part throughout today's race. And everybody will be pitting for tires in the stages. It's going to be interesting, though, how much fall off we see. In the Truck Series and the Xfinity Series, about every 10 to 15 laps we saw a second of fall off. So at one point yesterday in the Xfinity race, when they would have a long green flag run at the start of that final stage, which was about 40 laps before the final caution, there was almost 3.5 seconds of tire fall off from the beginning of the run. Already in the first 15 laps of this run, Truex's fastest lap of a 29.457 was his quickest. That was ran on lap 3 when he finally cleared Wallace. And that last lap he just ran was a 30.932, which was the only lap that anybody had ran in the 30-second lap barrier. Clean air advantage obviously helps him out quite a bit with that. Richard Petty in the booth as of right now with Kyle Petty, and I'll let you guys listen to the coverage here up until the next commercial break.
That was. When you were 13 years old, Kyle was talking earlier, what are your memories of coming here for the first time? What was this place like, a super speedway?
Well, it was humongous at the time. You know, we run Bowman Gray, Martinsville, and you come here and, you know, a little over a mile track, and it was just unreal. All the stuff that you see here wasn't here except the racetrack.
So as a boy, you played in the infield, Kyle played in the infield.
Yeah.
Then you got to go racing.
They didn't play.
Working on the car?
No, when I was 13 years old, I was in a pit.
Yeah.
Working.
Yeah.
Well, I was in a pit.
Okay.
What was it like the first time you came here to drive?
It was just great. You know, it was just a one-groove track through this corner up here. I really loved the racetrack. It never was really good to me, but I loved to run down here because of the challenge of two different corners.
I want to ask you one. Did the track change a lot from the first time you drove it to the last year you drove in '92? The cars changed a lot, but did the track ever change?
The track changed because they changed the 1 and 2 corner now.
Okay. Yeah.
It used to be 3 and 4.
Yeah.
They changed that corner, but it still drove basically the same way.
Take me back to this car. Kyle's been telling us, he said don't ask, I'm asking. That's what I do. They said it's got a vinyl top on it. Maybe that was a bad idea back then?
It was painted.
Oh,
Yeah, but he
Well,
wants
it's painted. No, when you brought a vinyl top, a true vinyl top
he wants
car.
to know why it came up.
Well, what
Went too
happened,
fast.
What happened, we cut the top of the roof and stuff to set the roll bar up in it, and we didn't weld the top back down to the roll bar.
There's your answer. There's your answer.
So it was the roof, the steel roof.
The roof come up.
Yeah, the whole roof came up.
There was paint on the
I
roof.
didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, the car's pretty good. That 43 looks good out here today.
Yeah, we're going to find out. We've got a long way to go, buddy.
Well, Eric Jones has gained 6 spots, and nobody else has gained more than 4 since the drop of the green flag.
Yeah, I know. I seen them when they started. Everybody just got in line. Right now, I think they're just filling themselves out, filling the car out. Just see what they've got to race with.
21 laps complete. Martin Truex has been out from all but lap 1 so far. Let's check with Larry and get a look at the Brez Tree race strategy for today.
Well, Mike, it's pretty simple, the first element. It's 4 tires every trip to pit road, even if you've just run maybe 8, 10, 12 laps. Possibly looking at splitting all 3 stages in half, maybe coming a little bit early before that halfway mark to get a jump on the competition with those 4 fresh tires. And depending on tire fall off, and I've already seen all I need to see, it is substantial. And how your car's driving, we're probably going to maybe split that that longer stage into thirds, because remember this also, we have to keep a count on it. Only 11 sets of tires, 10 stickers, and the qualifiers from yesterday.
Yeah, every lap, especially early in the race. Great point, Larry. These guys, all these crew chiefs, those decisions get easier because these cautions this race is going green lap after lap after lap here at 23 laps in. You don't want early cautions. That puts the pressure on you later on in the race.
Looking at 14th place, Joey Logano for Team Penske, using the paint scheme that Roger Penske used on an AMC Javelin to win the 71 Trans Am Championship with Mark Donohue, and to win Team Penske's first ever NASCAR victory in the AMC Matador, also driven by Mark Donohue. Can you remember that Matador? We called that thing the Brick, and it was.
Okay, here's what hey, we're talking to you.
Yeah.
Here's what I want to know. At home, you sit on the couch and eat popcorn and watch the race on TV,
Right.
follow it on computer.
Right.
First thing we did after we got through talking over here, you stood up and looked out the window like there was a real race going on. What's up with that?
I didn't have a TV in front of me,
Okay, I got
so
you.
I had to look at the real race.
Yeah, but then when we were trying to talk to you, staring at the monitor.
Remember the Matador, the car we called
Yeah.
the Brick?
Red, white, and blue, there's patriotic with it.
It's pretty easy to spot out there.
I'll tell you what, just up from him, Harrison Burton, you see that throwback to his daddy, Jeff Burton, one of the 75 greatest drivers, holding a pretty wheel. Good run for Harrison Burton, 13th right now for the Wood Brothers car.
Had a really strong qualifying run
Yes,
yesterday.
sir.
You and I both commented. I thought he was going to be in that top 5 and make it to the final round. That 11 just didn't hold up, but I thought it was.
Burton in 13th, one spot ahead of where he started the day. At 10th and 11th place, Kyle Larson, a little frustrated with Tyler Reddick just in front of him. We'll follow up on that when we come back to Darlington. 26 laps complete.
Showed on the replay real quick there. It looked like Kyle Larson got into the wall a couple laps ago, earning a Darlington stripe in the early going of the race. Larson has just passed Tyler Reddick for the 10th place position on the racetrack. In fact, your top 10 in full through lap 28 of 293 today for the 400-mile race at Darlington. Mark Truex Jr. has a 2-second lead over Bubba Wallace right now, who is in second. William Byron is 4.2 seconds off the lead in third. Daniel Suarez is 9.4 seconds back at fourth. The Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is in fifth place, 10.2 seconds off the lead. Sixth place is Ross Chastain. He's 10.7 seconds off the lead. Denny Hamlin is in seventh, 11.3 seconds back. Brad Keselowski in eighth place, 11.6 seconds back. 12.4 seconds off the lead is Kyle Busch in ninth, and Kyle Larson is 10th at 13.5 seconds off the race lead. We'll take our first break of today's race. You're watching the Goodyear 400 live on KRC on YouTube. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as we get into the rest of today's coverage. You can now vote in the chat for who you think will win today's Goodyear 400 at Darlington. 13 votes have been casted so far. We will end this poll at the start of Stage 3. Other at 62% of the votes so far, 31% for Kyle Larson, 8% for Martin Truex Jr. Nobody has picked Denny Hamlin through the first 13 votes for today's race. Quick look at our spotlight drivers and where they're running right now. The must-have picks of Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson, William Byron, all in the top 10, with Larson in 10th place, Denny Hamlin 7th, William Byron 3rd. Sleeper picks coming into the race today. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the top 5 right now, 5th after qualifying 3rd. Tyler Reddick just bounced out of the top 10 after Larson passed him moments ago, so Reddick is in 11th. And then Eric Jones has made his way to 21st after starting 28, so 7 spots gained for the 43. Good start for him. These don't have picks now, as it looks like Ross Chastain just passed Stenhouse for the 5th place position. The don't have picks. I did have Ross Chastain to not finish in the top 10 today. He is up to the 5th place spot right now, 9.9 seconds off of race leader Martin Truex Jr. Next driver on the don't have list was Chase Elliott. He is in 24th, struggling with that race car right now. He's dropped back a few spots from the start of the race. Didn't qualify particularly well yesterday either. And then the last of those don't have picks was Ryan Blaney. He is 12th, just 1 spot back from where he started today's race. Stanley Panther, Melinda Leverett, Terry Lewis, Race Sparky 388. All welcome into the stream. Daniel Powers, welcome in as well. 90 laps in the first stage, currently on lap 33. Bubba Wallace is starting to run down Martin Truex Jr. in lap traffic. Truex just put Ryan Newman and Corey LaJoie a lap down, and Wallace has really closed that gap. Over 2.5 seconds of fall off from Truex's fastest lap to where we're at right now at 33 laps into the race. Still caution free in this one. Byron has closed his lead from about 4 seconds back at one point now to about 1.9 seconds off the lead, so I think Truex just not able to keep up with the long run conditions, which was something that I was worried about in the pre-race with the Toyotas, although Bubba Wallace still looking fairly quick, just trying to find a way around the 19 before the 24 could close in even more. Byron was another tenth, almost 2 tenths quicker than Truex that last lap as well, now cutting the lead down to about 1.8 seconds, 1.7. And even Daniel Suarez, who was about 9.5 seconds off the lead moments ago in fourth, is now only about 8 seconds off the lead. So Truex's pace has definitely fallen off from where he was. And it'll be interesting to see who will be the first car to pit road. Will we see anybody maybe try a 2 pit stop strategy in this first stage, hoping we don't get a caution? And will we see drivers maybe try a 1 stop strategy? Reddick and Larson continuing to battle for position. Larson to the inside of Hamlin, meanwhile. And he is going to complete the pass off turn 4. Hamlin, whether he let him go or not, was passed. Larson up to 9th now. Chase Elliott trying to battle Eric Jones for position off of turn 4. Elliott running an early 2000s Bill Elliott throwback scheme. Got the actual Evernham number font on the number 9, which is pretty cool.
But we were to the part of the run right now where the team had a little bit of concern. They told me earlier today they felt like they had a good short run race car. They needed it to be a better long run race car, though, than what it was yesterday in practice. They made some changes overnight. Right now, Wayne Byron has been keeping the team updated every 5 laps, and his speed is looking very good as we get to the end of this run.
Speed looking really good for Kyle Larson as well, as he just ripped around the outside to get by Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who is now back 6 spots from the start of the race. Larson all over the back of the 6 of Brad Keselowski. Kyle Busch is moving forward on the long run from about 9th to 5th over the last 8 laps or so, as he just passed Daniel Suarez. Chastain passed Suarez a couple laps before that to move to 4th. Caution is out for the first time today, lap 38. Sounds like debris on the racetrack bringing out our first caution. And everybody will be hitting pit road during the yellow, and they will not have to make green flag pit stops, as we were getting very close to finding out who was going to be the first drivers to come down. So the caution flag is out for debris.
And here's some audio from Team 11.
My car took off on the turn 2 and then just, absolutely destroyed the fence in 3 out of the blue. Yeah, Chastain had just started talking about fluid on his channel that we heard, and this caution is for fluid, so.
Well, that would answer the question in Denny's voice. You heard him. Don't understand it, took off the 2 and then went down and smoked the fence in 3 and 4. Unfortunate, doesn't matter, it's happened. Now what do? How do you fix this thing? Got to worry about a tow link, got to worry about the damage on this car.
But isn't that typical? The car takes off.
So fluid on the racetrack is the cause of the caution, not necessarily debris. Hamlin got into the wall right as the caution flag came out. No other reports of anybody else having contact with the wall. Leaders on pit road being led down by the 19 of Truex.
Well, here they come, Larry.
Regan?
Like Kyle Busch, very good at the start of the race right here. Just told the guys the balance was good. It was just starting to get fun. He's up 7 spots as the race has begun. And the 24, William Byron, happy with the balance of that race car. It starts off tight, but it ends the long runs good. No changes for him. JB?
Bubba Wallace comes in. He just wants to be tightened up on entry. They told him that was great. That was a run. We were ready to come in and pit anyway. So we'll tighten them up. A 4-tire stop here. Martin Truex Jr. just 1 step. Rear grip to stick with them a little bit longer. First pole for Martin Truex Jr. ever at Darlington. So far, so good.
Truex wins the race off pit road with the number 1 pit stall at the front of the pit lane. And William Byron up 1 spot to get to second. Daniel Suarez up 2 spots to get back into the 4th place position. Those were some of the movers inside the top 5. We'll be about halfway through this first stage by the time they get back to green flag racing and clean up the fluid left on the racetrack. Denny Hamlin probably going to have a slower stop. I didn't see where he came out of the pits. He was 12th when the caution flag came out. Right before that, he was in 9th, so he got into the wall, lost a few positions as a result, and then the caution flag waved. I would imagine they were pulling out some fenders on the right side, making sure they didn't have any sort of a toe link issue, and kind of back out there. AJ Allmendinger will get the free pass with this caution flag coming out, so he'll be back on the lead lap, and that will have 31 cars on the lead lap, I do believe, when we get back to racing. Yeah, crazy run by your Florida Panthers right now in the NHL playoffs for sure. So get fluid on the racetrack, bringing out our first caution, and there was actual fluid that was reported by some teams, and of course Hamlin got in the wall as a result of it, so a legitimate fluid on track caution. No cautions for incident though so far this afternoon. Once again, happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Kind of somewhat of a tradition that Darlington has ran on Mother's Day weekend. I know growing up that was always the case when the Southern 500 was on the Mother's Day weekend, and then they moved Southern 500 back to the original traditional date on Labor Day weekend, that's Sunday night, and now they have a spring race at Darlington as of 2021, and we've been running Mother's Day weekend with the spring date ever since. Still under the commercial break right now. Waiting for them to come back. It looks like Hamlin only lost 1 spot on pit road, so not too lengthy of a stop for him. He'll be 13th, went in 12th. Only Ford in the top 10, 2 of them. In fact, Brad Keselowski in 7th, and actually Harrison Burton in 10th place right now. Was running just outside the top 10 when the caution came out. Gained a couple spots on pit road. So good for him. Chase Elliott moved up quite a few positions on pit road. Really fast stop for the 9 team. He'll be 17th on the restart. He was about 22nd when the caution flag waved. Christopher Bell lost a couple more spots. He's now back to 19th.
Link. Let's take a closer look with Larry McReynolds and our Toyota Cutaway car.
Race after race, we hear about cars having a bent rear toe link. So let's go to our Toyota Tech Center, take a look at our Toyota Cutaway car, and show you exactly where the rear toe link is located. Remember, this next-gen car has independent rear suspension. There's one on the left rear and the right rear. It's almost like a mini tie rod. You have to take 2 bolts out and replace that toe link and put those 2 bolts in. Sometimes it's bent so bad, Mike, you have to take a torch and cut it out. But you know what? All in all, pretty easy to change.
Thanks, Larry. I guess something has to be the weakest link, and it might as well be whatever's easiest to change.
It ain't the wall, baby.
Right. That's a good point, and I think that's it. You know, I don't know if that was by design, but I think it's a great thing that it's the easiest thing to change. Those guys can get in there and change it and never lose a lap sometimes as long as it's under caution.
It doesn't take them out of the race, and that's the thing. I think that's part of what NASCAR designed into the car. You can get in here, you can change it, and get back going.
Kyle Busch will be 5th on this restart.
Help you, you just need to turn it back just a hair. Yeah, I mean, believe it or not, I don't think I've ever been in that box before, so just getting used to the coming in of it. You know, it's all asphalt runway getting there, so we'll be all right.
All right, look at your front 5 there. Ross Chastain, an 8.4 second stop We'll have him restart in fourth spot. Truex choose the outside on William Byron. And one of the top 5 you won't see up there is Daniel Suarez. He was too fast exiting his pit and will restart him back.
I'll tell you another one, you got to have to look way back. The 5, where was he at? He went from 8th to 24th on that pit stop right there. Big time problems for the 5 of Kyle Larson.
I found it interesting listening to Kyle Busch's radio where he was talking about, I've never pitted there before. I've never pitted in that place before.
Here it is. Let's see what happens. Oh, Jack, it fell off the jack. Got to go back and jack it back up. 17-second pit stop. That'll do it.
Not only did the jackman have to lift it, he also then had to position the right front tire. Took a long time. Ready for the restart. 42 laps complete. 48 to go in stage 1.
Green flag back in the air. Martin Truex Jr. outside of the front row. Byron inside of row 1. Byron did not take off as well as, say, Bubba Wallace on the initial start of the race in the bottom lane, and Truex easily clears everybody into turns 1 and 2, and quickly 2 car lengths ahead in the center of the corner. Wallace on the outside of the 24, Byron side by side. Chastain got really loose off the exit of turn 4. Big wiggle allows Kyle Busch to stay alongside him. Into turns 3 and 4, they'll remain side by side for the 4th place position. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. trying a slide job maneuver. He's not going to be able to make a pass. Nearly 3 wide further back in the pack around Chase Elliott, Ty Gibbs, and Todd Gilliland. That's just outside the top 15. In fact, a 3-car battle for that 15th place position on the restart. Kyle Busch completes the pass for 4th on Chastain and continues to progress his way forward through the field. Brad Keselowski now to the inside of the 1. Chastain looked a lot better in the long run than the short run in the first run of the race. Might be seeing a little bit of that right now. Kyle Busch had a lot of long run speed at the end of that run before the caution flag came out as well. Started 12th, got his way up to 5th before the caution, and now up to 4th, gaining a spot on the restart after a net gain of 0 on pit road. Didn't gain or lose positions there. 23 car was closing in on Truex right before the caution came out. He couldn't make his way around the 19. Truex at one point had about a 2.5 second lead before Wallace and even Byron, who was 4.5 seconds back, ran him down to within a 1.5 seconds before the caution. We'll see if the 19 car will be able to hold up over the long run, and will maybe on the short run, the 23 and the 24, be able to keep pace with Truex, not allow him to get as far away so they can capitalize when they quickly get into lap traffic 15 plus laps into this tire stint. Christopher Bell going to make a pass now on Chase Elliott for 14th on the racetrack. Elliott, again, was 22nd when that last caution came out. Austin Dillon flying up the inside, trying to work his way around Chase Elliott as well. Running side by side with the number 9, and now we'll duck back in line behind him after Elliott got the run on the high side of the racetrack. Top 10 as of right now following the restart. Martin Truex Jr. leads the race 0.6 seconds ahead of Bubba Wallace in 2nd place. William Byron is in 3rd. Kyle Busch 4th. Ross Chastain is 5th. Brad Keselowski 6th. Tyler Reddick 7th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 8th. Harrison Burton 9th. And Denny Hamlin is 10th. 42. Make that 41 laps to go in this first stage. 90 laps is the distance in Stage 1 today. Bugs, thanks for tuning into the stream. Sid for Brains, also welcome to the stream.
Or even on film. Jamie.
Oh my God, reporting Denny Hamlin had an issue. What had happened is he hit that fluid on the racetrack, got into the wall. This is the right front, the right rear, clobbered it, took all of that throwback fun for Goodyear right off the sidewall. The good news, though, for Denny, the steering wheel is straight, so he's continuing on right now, back in 10th position.
Okay, that tells me that toe link's not bent. As long as that wheel's straight, that pretty much means your alignment of the car is still intact and where it's supposed to be.
Great point. He's not having to compensate for it in the steering wheel so the car's not dog tracking down the straightaway. It's still running in a straight line, so he should be able to recover from this. That caution was great for him.
Quickly out to a 0.7 second lead again as Martin Truex Jr. as this second green flag run of the race progresses forward. The first caution officially came out at lap 38 which was not too far before green flag pit stops. Everybody will have enough fuel to make it to the end of this next stage. They will have to go about 10 laps further on this run than what they did on the last run. We'll see if maybe some drivers that are in danger of potentially going a lap down will try to split it in half to maybe make up enough time to get their lap back. I don't know if we'll see that happen, but could be a possibility in a desperate situation in the early going of this afternoon's event. Ty Gibbs battling with Todd Gillen. He's moved backwards here a little bit off the start of this race. Josh Berry is trying to get around Gibbs for the 20th place position as well. In the meantime, he took a little too long trying to set up a pass that his teammate Kyle Larson will get by instead. Although he couldn't slide up in front of Josh Berry because the 54 car was in the way on the outside in front of the 48. And Larson remains in 22nd after losing over 15 positions on pit road. A slow stop where they had problems trying to jack up the right side of the race car. The jack had dropped, and then they had a little bit of a slow stop as well on the right front once they got the car rejacked. Casey Kane throwback scheme for Kyle Larson this weekend. You can vote in the chat for who you think will win today's race at Darlington. 48 votes have been casted so far. 39% say Kyle Larson will win today's race. 35% at other. Denny Hamlin at 8% and Mark Truex Jr. at 18%. Again, we'll close that poll as soon as we start the final stage of this race. NASCAR Vintage 17, welcome to the stream as well. Over 150 people watching. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. Appreciate all you guys tuning in here today on this Mother's Day Sunday afternoon. Only driver in the top 10 that ran their fastest lap following this last restart was Kyle Busch on lap 46 when he ran a 30.072. As far as I could see, there are only 7 drivers in the field that have ran a lap time below the 30-second lap marker. And the fastest of the day still by far, Mark Truex Jr. with a 29.457, which was all the way back on lap 3. And now Mark Truex Jr. has about a 1.1 second lead over the 23 car of Wallace. Top 3 has not changed between Truex, Wallace, and Byron this entire race. 4th place on back has changed quite a bit from the start. Update on the spotlight drivers with 34 laps to go at stage 1. The sleeper picks today of Tyler Reddick is in the top 10 right now, up to 7th place. Started to fade on the long run the last time. We'll see if he can keep the long run speed this time around. The other drivers, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. still in the top 10, currently in 8th after qualifying 3rd. And the other sleeper outside the top 10 still Eric Jones in the 43 is 15th, but he did start in 28, so he's already gained 13 spots from the start of the race in 58 laps at Darlington, probably his best racetrack on the NASCAR circuit. So watching that 43 car move its way through the field. Don't have picks so far for today's race as well. Ross Chastain, the only one of which that is in the top 10. He is currently in the 5th place position. Ryan Blaney is in 13th, and then Chase Elliott right behind him in 14th. Must-have picks that I predicted, guaranteeing top 10s for. William Byron is in 3rd, has been there the whole race. Denny Hamlin still hovering around the top 10 in 10th place right now, and Kyle Larson had that slow pit stop. He is only up to 21st, gaining 3 spots since the restart. And he was running 8th right before that last caution. Larson also my pick to win today's race as well. Jody Beard, thanks for tuning in as well. Busch is in 4th. Has a pretty quick car right now, I will say. We'll see if he can get some track position. He's not quite able to keep up with the top 3 right now, but as the race progresses, we'll see if that 8 team can maybe make some good adjustments. The 8 car last year with Tyler Reddick driving it finished 2nd and 3rd in both Darlington races last season. So Busch, also a former winner at Darlington. I'm sure that is going to be one of the drivers to look out for as we get deeper into the race today to see how they can adjust and maybe keep up with the 2 Toyotas at the front of the field, as well as the 24 that is running ahead of them currently. As we are under the commercial break currently, Martin Truex Jr. has a 1.5 second lead over Bubba Wallace. William Byron is 2.9 seconds back in third. Kyle Busch, as mentioned, in fourth place is 3.5 seconds off the lead. And Ross Chastain is fifth at 4.7 seconds off the race lead. As we're on lap 62 of 293 today at Darlington. And we have 29 laps to go as of right now in stage 1. 37 minutes and 26 seconds and counting into today's race so far, and the only caution was for fluid on the racetrack at lap 38. Wallace led the first lap of the race, and Martin Truex Jr. has led the next 62 after that first lap. Taking control of it, won that race off pit road as well by a pretty wide margin, helped having that number 1 overall pit box after qualifying on the pole yesterday morning. And I think Truex looking like one of the ones to beat if he could keep that track position at the front of the field. We're seeing a few drivers move their way forward, like Chase Elliott, Eric Jones that qualified deeper in the field, but they're really the only ones that qualified outside the top 15 that are actually moving their way forward. Kyle Busch has moved his way forward quite a bit. He qualified in 12th, a little bit higher than that, but has moved up 8 spots from the start of the race as well. So those are kind of like the fast 3 cars, I think, other than the top 3 that are already there and have been there since the start of the race. So if we could see maybe the 43, the 9, and the 8 get the track position, I guess the 8 kind of has it now, but for a restart and have that track position, I think they could be really strong. Kyle Larson up to 19th now on the restart. He's somebody maybe that could have long run speed. He did show a lot of long run speed in practice yesterday. Obviously had it in the Xfinity race, which helped him win on that last green flag run with those older tires in the final stage, but with the Cup Series cars and the Cup Series race specifically, he did move his way up from about 13th at one point to 8th, right in the probably 8-lap window or so before that caution flag came out. So once we get about 30 laps into the run, I think Larson could have a car that is capable of winning, but he needs to be up in positioning before that, and he just hasn't been there so far. Restarts have not gone well for him.
Kyle Busch and Ross Chastain, the top 5. Now here is the fall off in lap times since the pit stop as these tires wear. Larry Mack?
Yeah, Mike, I'm able to look at miles per hour all the way around this mile of third track, and we've been kind of tracking Martin Truex Jr. And what we did, we looked at his miles per hour at the end of that first run, and the first couple laps of this run right here, and he's on into a run, he's 8 to 10 miles per hour slower at the end of both straightaways than on fresh tires. In the middle of the corner, 14 to 16 miles per hour slower.
Wow. Wow. That is a wow, man.
Well, he has the Xfinity fastest lap of the race at 166.9 miles an hour. Truex, that is. Bubba Wallace second, William Byron third. Now, Kyle Busch didn't set his fastest lap of the race till lap 46. Everybody else did in the first 4 laps of the race. On that graphic.
That's all right.
Yeah, the car would be better after all the adjustments, after the pit stop. He comes out firing, and he's faster.
I think Bruce in the pudding. I think Denny's fine. You know, he's holding steady right there, right outside the top 10 and 11th. Here's Harvick right on board with him with that driver's side behind him as well.
This is a typical Denny race. He just hovers there around the top 10 in the first segment. He moves up a little bit in the second, and then you've got to contend with him at the end. We saw in practice yesterday. He and Truex and maybe Larson, those 2 or 3 guys, put up the best long-term speed.
Kevin Harvick just flew right by Denny Hamlin up in turn number 2.
You know, you use the term flew right by. and no, and I'm going to say, at Darlington, a lot of time it's got let by. Somebody let you buy it.
That's what they did.
That because you don't want to race that much here. It's like my dad said earlier, and like Clint has said, you race the racetrack. So don't slow yourself down racing other people.
That's the key, what you just said. When you're racing door to door here, it slows both of you down drastically bad. You get that pass made because that's more efficient for both parties. You better get it sorted out quick, or that whoever you pass before you,
that's right.
The last guy's fixing to pass you both.
It's better to run behind somebody even though you know you can pass them than it is to try to race with them at the same time.
Yeah, here, especially here.
Time lost, scrubbing tire off of it because you're asking more out of the car, leaning on the wheel. All that stuff is a detriment to the cause.
Joey Logano has run right around 20th place much of this race, Regan.
Yeah, Mike, and it's been a slow start for that 22 car. Of course, the winner of this race 1 year ago. Team was a little concerned when I talked to Paul Wolf this morning about this race car. It was very loose in practice. In qualifying, it went to very tight. They weren't really sure why. They felt like they would have a tighter race car than they did. Right now in the race, tight in traffic and loose off and struggling to move forward. Jamie Little?
And Chase Elliott, when it comes to qualifying this season since he returned from that broken leg, it's been a struggle, and that was the same yesterday. They qualified 21st. Team told me he just overdrove it. As of now, Chase told his team it's not as bad as it looks. I just can't push early, but as we run, it gets better. Now, Chase, this paint scheme right here, a throwback to his dad, Phil Elliott's scheme back in 2003, and yesterday Chase told me it is this scheme when I was 8 years old that made me become a race car driver. He was all smiles driving this car, right?
Wow. And Bill will join us during stage 3 of today's race.
Absolutely awesome, Bill. That is going to be awesome, is what it's going to be. Literally awesome. I tell you what, this is the time where it starts to heat up. Just like we saw before that caution came out, Truex, your leader's fixing to get into this lap traffic. Really slowed him down, enabling Bubba Wallace, William Byron, Kyle Busch to get on, and Chastain's a good long-run car. Keep an eye on this battle as they approach this lap traffic. That's when you're going to be forced off of your line to make those passes.
Yeah, and leaving your line with tires that have 20 or 30 laps on them, and knowing there's somebody coming. So there is pressure on Truex. Even though he's out there running in clean air, running his own pace, as he catches that traffic, he knows he has to deal with it quickly so that they don't catch up from behind.
The difference right now is that at this point, Martin Truex has a 3-second lead on Bubba Wallace. During the first green flag run of this race, he was only about a second and a half in front of Wallace when he caught traffic.
See right there ahead of Harvick, Harrison Burton, that 21 Wood Brothers car. Legendary car, legendary race here at Darlington. That kid's holding pretty wheel. A good attaboy for him. Good confidence booster running with these guys.
They had 2 of their vintage cars here earlier. Leonard Wood drove one around the track, and Ricky Pearson, Ricky drove the other.
That was cool.
75 laps complete. Martin Truex in control.
15 laps left in stage 1 right now. Martin Truex Jr. still has a 3.2 second lead over Bubba Wallace in second. William Byron is in third place. Kyle Busch is fourth, and Ross Chastain rounds out the top 5. Brad Keselowski's in 6th, Tyler Reddick 7th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 8th, Christopher Bell 9th, and Harrison Burton rounds out the top 10. Kevin Harvick in 11th. 12th place is Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney in 13th, Chase Elliott 14th, Kyle Larson 15th, Eric Jones 16th, Eric Almirola 17th, Austin Dillon 18th, Joey Logano 19th, and Ty Gillen rounds out the top 20. Austin Cindric in 21st, Ty Gibbs 22nd, Josh Berry 23rd, Justin Haley 24th, and Ryan Preece is 25th. 26th place is Noah Gragson, Chris Buescher 27th, Michael McDowell 28th, 29th is Daniel Suarez. Last car in the lead lap is AJ Allmendinger in 30th. First car lap down right now in 31st is Chase Briscoe. Corey LaJoie is 32nd, Ryan Newman 33rd. 34th is Ty Dillon, BJ McLeod 35th, and rounding out the field today is Brendan Poole in 36th. Poole is the only car out of the race today. He pulled off the track about 39 laps ago. Byron running down Wallace for the second place position on the racetrack currently. Mark 63, Billy Rogers, welcome into the stream as some of the newcomers in the chat. Patrick Shadley, also welcome back. Regine Huddleston, thanks for tuning in. Kyle Busch, Ross Chastain also battling for the 4th place position on track. Busch not able to keep up with the top 3 over the course of the long run this time around, and Chastain is starting to run down the 8. Chastain was another car that had a bit of short run Failure but long run speed over the course of that first run before the caution, and it looks to maybe be the same again as they're both about 6 seconds back of the 19 car at the front of the field, and Truex has now built up his largest lead of the race of about 4.5 seconds over the 24 and the 23 who battle for second place. Byron to the inside of Wallace off turn 4. They'll be door-to-door down the front stretch with 11 laps left in the first stage. Byron taking the shot into the corner. Clears the 23 of Bubba Wallace pretty easily. He's going to be a little too far behind to try to run down the 19 car unless Truex hits heavy lap traffic. It's looking pretty good as of right now for Truex at this point of the run. Byron quickly pulling away from Wallace as that 23 car not really able to keep up with the 24 at this point in the run. Chastain finally completes the pass on Kyle Busch for 4th on track. Busch running pretty closely behind him. These two had a bit of a run-in at Kansas in the middle going of last week's race. But they've been around each other for a large portion of this first stage and have been running each other hard but respectively up to this point. Wallace really starting to fade. Chastain and Busch are starting to catch up to him. He's fading about as much as Truex was in the first run of the race, but Truex has not really faded at all in run number 2. Really doesn't have to push 100% right now either to try to win this stage. Just keep managing those tires. He's got a pretty good gap with not a whole lot of lap traffic ahead of him. And only 9 laps remaining around this 1 1/3 mile racetrack. Harvick just passed Harrison Burton during the commercial break as well for 10th place. Harvick into the final stage position. Stage point position as of right now, late in this first stage. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. also during the break just passed Tyler Reddick for 7th on track. And it looks like Kevin Harvick also now just passed Christopher Bell up to 9th. So Harvick showing a little bit of long run pace at the end of stage 1. Biggest gap between drivers in the top 10 is about a 4-second gap between Kyle Busch at 5th and then Brad Keselowski at 6th. Byron has been a little bit quicker than Truex the last few laps. In fact, about 3/10 quicker, about 3.5 tenths quicker than Truex that last lap. And about another 4/10 quicker the next lap. 3.1 seconds ahead. Truex is stuck behind lap car of Daniel Suarez in the 99. Who has been trapped back in traffic. Now, Suarez was in the top 5, running in 5th place when that initial caution came out, but they had a pit road speeding penalty that have dropped him back now, and with him being at the tail end of the lead lap, he's trying to stay in front of the 19 and stay on the lead lap for the next 5 laps before we have another set of pit stops coming up during the stage break. Truex a little bit quicker than Byron, though, on lap 86. Pulling away just a little bit more again. Ross Chastain is right behind Bubba Wallace in a battle for 3rd late in the stage. Chastain has a 31-point lead over Christopher Bell in the regular season point standings. Bell looking as if he is definitely going to get outran in this first stage by Chastain and lose more points. Truex came in just 5 points behind Bell, though, and he is leading the stage. Kyle Larson to the inside of Denny Hamlin for 12th, trying to pick up a couple more spots before the end of the stage. They won't be for points, but they will be for a chance to move himself closer leading into pit stops. Slow stop dropped Larson from 8th to 24th during the first stop of the day, And from 24th on the restart now to 12th. He's been the biggest mover since the restart. Chase Elliott got to get by Denny Hamlin as well after following his teammate Larson through there. 2 to go in the stage. Corey LaJoie 2 laps down in the 7 car, running right behind the race leader. Chris Buescher's in the free pass position if Suarez can hold on to the lead lap. Suarez on the outside lane with Truex on the top right behind him. Wallace running the top with Chastain trying to move down to the bottom. Really low exit to turn 4. Chastain couldn't quite get alongside the 23. He's got one more lap to try to pass him for 3rd place here to get that extra point. Chastain a half lane lower. Wallace a little bit loose. Almost got into the fence in turns 1 and 2, but still beat Chastain back to the gas off the exit of the corner. I wonder if the one may have checked up a little early. Suarez going to make a pass on Josh Berry as they barely are able to hold on ahead of Martin Truex Jr. at the line. MTJ is going to win stage 1 here today at Darlington. William Byron will end up 2nd, Bubba Wallace 3rd, Ross Chastain 4th, and Kyle Busch finish in the top 5 in stage 1. Brad Keselowski finishes 6th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 7th, Kevin Harvick 8th, Tyler Reddick 9th, and Christopher Bell rounds out the top 10 through our first stage of the Goodyear 400 at Darlington Raceway today. You're listening live to the Goodyear 400 on KRC. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Stage break pit stops coming up on the other side. Arena Sayre, thanks for tuning in also. Where'd Harvick start in this race? I can't quite remember with Harvick off the top of my head. I'll look real quick. I know he started outside the top 10. I can't remember exactly how far back through the field Harvick started. But he is up to 8th right now, so. Him and Keselowski have definitely been the 2 best Fords in the early going. And Harrison Burton, probably the 3rd best Ford in the field here today. Haven't seen that much out of the Wood Brothers machine this year. Waiting for FS1 to come back from the commercial break. Don't forget to vote in the chat for who you think will win today's race at Darlington. 82 votes have been casted so far. We'll close the poll at the beginning of Stage 3. Other at 44%, Kyle Larson, 30% of the votes. Truex, 21% after dominating Stage 1, and Hamlin with 5%.
Obvious is Martin Truex Jr. out there in the lead, but this Chastain is coming and coming in a hurry. Ross Chastain all the way.
William Byron has just kind of methodically made his way right up into contention behind Martin Truex. Finishes up this first stage in 2nd spot. I'm going to keep an eye on that 24. I mean, Jeff Gordon, he got honored today. So.
I like that. I can get around that.
All right. Larry Mack and Jamie.
Yeah,
Mike, I went back a little bit deeper inside the top 10. Christopher Bell had never had a top 10 in Darlington until last year. We know how many top 10s he's had this year. Qualified 16th, and on that last restart until the end of stage 1, made up 10 positions to get inside the top 10.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Eric Jones. I know he started off the weekend with a little bit of a stomach bug, but started in 28th. He's up to 16th. He's won in Darlington twice before in the Southern 500. I think he's one that you got to keep your eye on.
Those are your Credit One Bank ones to watch. Nobody picked Martin Truex because we have a no-push rule here.
Well,
FS1.
that's the obvious.
When you
That's
lead
funny.
all but one lap, nobody needs to pick you.
I'm loving what I'm seeing out of Stenhouse Jr. I mean, I really thought that he would fall out of that top 10, and he's still holding steady right there in 7th. Look down the list. Harrison Burton in 11th, having gearbox issues, still right there knocking on the top 10. These are good runs for those guys. Desperately needing some good things and a good turnaround.
Nice Jeff Burton throwback scheme on Harrison Burton's race car from the X-Side Batteries number 99 car that Burton ran back in the late 90s. One of my favorite Jeff Burton schemes of all time. Between that and his Sitco paint scheme, I think, are my two favorites. By the way, shout out to my man Ryan Blaney if he doesn't get much screen time today because he's probably not going to run in the top 10 much. 14th at the end of stage 1. Running a Dave Blaney World of Outlaws throwback scheme this weekend. Me just growing up a Blaney fan. I always love that he throws it back to his dad every year. Some people think it's repetitive. I can understand where they're coming from, but me as a Blaney racing fan as a whole, it's pretty cool to see and fairly accurate paint scheme.
Just a little bit freer that run. Told those guys it never got loose at never got tight at stage.
Pit stops going on right now.
Wants a little bit of rear grip. And the 24 of William Byron, it was a simple answer to him. The car is pretty good. Maybe just a little tight, but he does not want to adjust on it just yet. Jamie?
Bubba Wallace in the 23 finished 4th last week, carried that over, got a front row start here. Things are trending in the right direction. Bubba's saying, just tighten me up a little bit in the entry to 1 so my car stops swinging. Got Martin Truex Jr. in the 19. He said, I'm pretty happy. Don't want to be any tighter at that 2/3 mark. So they're hardly adjusting on that 19.
There's your race off pit road.
Martin Truex Jr. wins the race off pit road narrowly over William Byron. Keselowski up 3 spots, will be 3rd on the restart. Kyle Larson up 4, and Chase Elliott up 3 inside the top 10 for the first time today. Harvick also up 2, and Christopher Bell gained a spot. Kyle Busch with a slow pit stop, I do believe. I think he fell outside of the top 10 there. Wait for our leaderboard to update, figure out how far back he fell. A mistake on pit road for him, and I think Kevin Harvick may have made a mistake too. I could be wrong on that. I'll hold off. Usually takes another lap before our leaderboard updates following the green flag stops. Bubba Wallace was the driver who dropped out of the top 10. Slow stop on the 23. Went into the pits in 3rd and came out 15th. 12 positions lost for the 23. I think he was the biggest loser on pit road. Free pass was given to Chris Buescher during the stage break as well, and the stage break is our second caution in the early going of today's race. Lap 95 of 293 as of this point. Top 5 for the restart will be Martin Truex Jr., William Byron, Brad Keselowski, Ross Chastain, and Kyle Busch. Carl Edwards will join the FS1 booth in stage number 2. And then Bill Elliott will be in the stage 3 booth to the end of the race. Who can beat the 19 team? On pit road, William Byron has had really, really fast stops. I noticed the first 2 stops of the day, I think 9.1 on the first stop. Second stop was a 9.4. That team has been one of the fastest, if not the fastest, on a weekly basis on pit road so far this year, which has definitely allowed for them to have more success this season, or even more success than what they would have already had with the speed in the 24 team. Overall, they have been one of the best teams this season. If it wasn't for that points penalty to the 5 and the 24, they would definitely be right up there for the regular season championship with Ross Chastain as well. They've had the consistency and the speed to do it. Even with the DNFs from the 5 of Kyle Larson. If he's not wrecking out, he's finishing top 10 every week. Paul Carson, thanks for tuning in. Race going smoothly so far. No cautions for incident. Martin Truex Jr. dominating thus far.
Series, but mainly in the Cup Series. Carl Edwards, one of NASCAR's great stars at the end of 2016, walked away to Missouri to enjoy life with your family. And where you been? We've missed you.
Thank you. That means a lot. Yeah, I haven't done a backflip in a while. I definitely haven't put on makeup in a while. I forgot about that. But this is so cool for me. I've had the chance. I got to race, live my dream, go do all this fun stuff. I've been on adventures around the world, been farming a little bit, raising a family, and I'm just honored to be here today.
What does this weekend mean to you? I know we've tried, Jacob Ullman tried for 3 years to get you to join us in the booth for, just for one afternoon, but how about all of this weekend and the way it all came together?
It was more special than I could have imagined. Lisa Kennedy called me, and Lisa has been so good to me. I met her early on, and she told me that I was part of this group, and it really hit home with me. I feel like I lived a dream. I got to do something that, guys like you and myself just literally dreamed about. And so it's very important for me to come back here and just show how much appreciation I have for NASCAR, all the fans, all the drivers. It's been great.
Well, we're thrilled to have you back because, when people are away, everybody's imagination goes rampant. And on the internet, there's the meme. One of them about Carl and the farm.
I did have to shave before I showed up today. Yeah. and I said I couldn't wear the hat. But yeah, it's no, I am the worst farmer. I will not be on the 75 greatest farmers list ever. My brother does a pretty good job, but yeah, Missouri's great.
Still
like
flying?
Yeah, flying. Yes, flying a lot. Having some fun with that. Been volunteering a little bit. Gideon Rescue Company, great folks, and like I said, just enjoying life.
Well, let's get to it because we're about to start stage 2. You did not stage race. How does this look to you?
It's interesting. I can't tell if it would be harder for me as a driver or simpler, but I can tell you this racetrack, I was so excited to be a part of this, just for a lot of the reasons we talked about. So difficult. And layering the stages on top of managing tires, the balance, planning for that final stage. It's a really complex race to run well.
Now you got this new gen car shifting, Carl? Shifting at Darlington?
Yeah, that was always bad if I was shifting at Darlington. I was using backwards coming on the pit lane.
All right, they're going to come to the Geico restart zone. Brad Keselowski up to third with a 9.2 stop, his best of the year. Bubba Wallace had a problem with the lug nut, dropped from 3rd to 18th on that pit.
So that's how Wallace ended up having the slow stop. Then Truex again on the outside for the restart as he's been all day long. Green flag is back in the air. Byron has another shot at the inside of the first row, but again just couldn't take off as well as the 19. Brad Keselowski to the outside of the 24. Can't quite take over second place. The 24 really crowded him. Good job by Brad keeping it off the wall. Had to lift quite a bit. Byron cleared, and now Chastain will go for third to the inside of the 6. Brad will let him go and try to quickly follow himself in line in 4th. Kyle Busch, though, meanwhile, to the inside of the 6 as Keselowski just can't hold on. 2 and 3 wide off of turn 4 further back in the pack. So Martin Truex Jr. back out in front again. William Byron in second place, already about 0.3 of a second off the race lead once he got into second, clearing the 6 of Keselowski at the time off of turn 2 on that first lap following the restart. I was about to say Matt Kenseth, but it's actually a Matt Kenseth throwback being ran by the 20 of Christopher Bell. Bell moving inside the top 10 again, up to 9th place after passing Harrison Burton. Bubba Wallace almost got crowded into the wall by the 43 car of Eric Jones off of turn 4 the last lap. Couldn't tell if both cars made contact or not. It was definitely close as they battle around 18th. The 23 knows he has speed. We'll see if he can get through the field. It's been a struggle. Daniel Suarez had speed in the early going of the race. He tried to move his way forward and couldn't do so after a pit road speeding penalty. He's been outside the top 25 ever since. Nobody has gained more than 2 spots since this restart. Nobody has gone backwards more than 2 spots since the restart as well. 3 to 4 laps in. Second stage, 95 laps, only 5 laps longer than the first stage. We'll probably be scheduled to have 1 pit stop in this stage as well, unless we get more cautions. We only had the 1 right around halfway. In this one, contact off of turn 4 between Harrison Burton and Tyler Reddick. We do stay green. Reddick got a shot there, but it wasn't really Burton's fault. It looked like Reddick came off a little wide off the exit of the corner, got into the 21. He was already up, parked near the outside wall.
Well, he's got it tight to the wheel, but the wheel wasn't tight to the hub, so they had to raise it up again.
Heads up play, though. He realized that he saw it did not come off of that. That brought that jackman back around. He saw that he was still on that wheel and knew he had a problem.
We've all done that at some point in our car lives. Tighten the lug nuts and not had them exactly tight. So, yeah, good heads up move.
It's, you know, it's hard to see that each and every week with only 1 lug nut. We used to have 5 on and 5 off, or 5 off, 5 on. And with that 1 lug nut, we still see it because you still have those 5 dowel pins that align that wheel up. Just like Mike alluded to, that lug nut was tight, but the dowel pins weren't in the holes.
So Truex the leader, Byron in second, and Ross Chastain in third. Jamie.
And they unloaded with a great car yesterday. Phil Surgeon, the crew chief, told me they were really happy with it. Minimal changes. However, they went too far on that first pit stop, so they backed off that wedge adjustment. And Phil Surgeon said, I love pitting. We have that much confidence in our pit crew. Anytime we need to come today, we're going to get the job done. That's exactly what they did. Now, Ross Chastain in third spot.
Well done.
Brad Keselowski was able to get back by Kyle Busch for the 4th place position there moments ago. Kyle still keeping the pressure on the 6 of Keselowski as the 2 former champions continue to battle. Kyle Busch had to lift off turn 2 in the dirty air bubble behind the 6. Almost got up into the outside wall and now is going to quickly fall about a half a second behind Brad's race car. Showing a battle on screen for 21st between Todd Gillen, Ty Gibbs, and Ryan Preece. On the racetrack, all cars still on the lead lap. 28 cars, in fact, on the lead lap, despite the fact that we have only had 2 cautions and none for actual incidents on the track today. It's still Brennan Poole, the only driver out of the race today, will finish in 36th. One and a half second lead for Martin Truex Jr. over William Byron. As of right now, Ross Chastain in 3rd place, 2.4 seconds off the race lead. Brad Keselowski is 3 seconds off the lead in 4th. Kyle Busch is 3.6 back in 5th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. up to 6th following the restart. He's 4.2 seconds off the lead. Kyle Larson is, Kevin Harvick now up to 7th, just past Kyle Larson. Harvick is 4.8 seconds back. Kyle Larson in 8th place, 5.1 seconds off the lead. Christopher Bell is in 9th place, 5.6 seconds off the lead. Harrison Burton is 10th. At 6.3 seconds back. Martin Truex Jr. trying to get the 19 car to victory lane for the first time at the racetrack since Carl Edwards won in the 19 car. And Joe Gibbs Racing in the 2015 Southern 500. Class of the field right now is at 19 off the start of the race. He is running the fastest lap times on the racetrack again in the early going of Stage 2, just as he did pretty much all the way throughout Stage number 1. His largest lead of the day has been about 4.5 seconds. He ended up winning Stage 2 by about 1.5 seconds. It seems once they get 30 laps into the run, he starts to fade a little bit. But if he can get out to that 3.5, 4.5 second lead, he can hold on leading up into pit stops or stage end, whatever ends up coming, depending on what part of the stage they are running. Ross Chastain is also trying to keep up with William Byron as of right now. They run nose to tail for the most part for 2nd and 3rd place. Byron about a 10th quicker than Truex at last lap. I'm not sure if that was just a one-off lap deal. We'll keep an eye on that during the commercial break for right now. And as Fox heads to another break, we will take one ourselves. You're listening to the Goodyear 400 live on KRC today. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Our goal is 150 likes on the stream. We're halfway there at 75, as we are still less than halfway through the race. Update in the early going of Stage 2 on where the Spotlight drivers are running. Don't have picks that I predicted not to finish in the top 10 today. Ross Chastain is in 3rd place, proving me wrong up to this point. He's been top 5 pretty much the whole race. Chase Elliott is still outside the top 10 in 12th. He got up there in the pit stop cycle, but then lost a couple spots in the restart. And Ryan Blaney has been between 11th and 15th the whole race, currently in 13th place. So 2 for 3 on that up to this point. The must-have picks finishing in the top 10. Denny Hamlin back at 18, struggling right now. He did get the wall a little earlier in the race. He doesn't seem to quite have the same speed since then, but not running quite as good. Up inside the top 10 is Kyle Larson in 8th, and then William Byron is in P2. Larson was also my pick to win. In the sleeper picks, Tyler Reddick in 11th, just outside the top 10. He's gone back and forth between the back half of the top 10 and just outside the top 10 all race so far. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has been comfortably there most of the day, currently in 6th place. And then the last sleeper pick would have been Eric Jones. He is in 15th after starting 28th. He's been as high as 13th in the running order so far in this year's Goodyear 400 Darlington Throwback Race. Jackson Thomas, thanks for tuning in. We are at lap 115 of 293 so far. And we are racing to lap 185 for stage number 2. Still 28 cars on the lead lap. Buescher, the last of which 19.5 seconds off the lead. Gonna have to make an adjustment on my fantasy team as of right now. I had Daniel Suarez in my lineup, I do believe. And ever since his speeding penalty, he has not been in the top 5. He ended up getting no stage points as a result. And Byron was in my garage to start, so definitely outrunning him. Denny Hamlin not running particularly well either, but Suarez being outran by Hamlin at least, so. Gonna have to take Daniel Suarez out for right now. My bonus picks, I had Kyle Larson over Denny Hamlin. That's accurate so far. I had Eric Jones over Christopher Bell. So far, not the case. Had Logano over Harvick. Logano has been right around 20th most of this race. Harvick's 7th. And had Suarez over Gragson, and they're right around each other in the running order currently. Three-and-a-half second lead following the break now for Martin Truex Jr. Dale Campbell also welcome to the stream, as well as Stu Isaac. Get to listen to the broadcast here up until the next commercial break with Clint Boyer, Mike Joy, and Carl Edwards in the booth.
We're all pretty blessed.
Yes.
You bet.
And it's heating up here on the track, folks. It looks like people are struggling. There's people that are overheated. It looks like somebody might be getting loose into 3 every once in a while, and here you are.
Well, then you got Kyle. You got Christopher Bell looking the inside of Kyle Larson on the outside of him. That car's bouncing back, Carl. I don't know if you were here at first stage, but Kyle Larson's digging back from a slow pit stop, and then this battle right here. Chastain working on Byron for second.
He's been working on him for a while, and I just got to wonder what exactly the balance does as they go. Booty Barker told me that as they get into 3 later, the rear of the car will raise, it'll get loose, and I see people diving in on him into 3, but it's so hard to complete a pass yet. Maybe as the tires fall off, it'll get better.
Well, it's lap traffic. Where's the opportunities? And the opportunity lies in that lap traffic. Time your time. Manage your tires. Ride stay right there. Manage all this. As soon as you start getting in lap traffic, pounce on them. Use it as a pick.
And I used to feel, as you watch these cars go into turn 1, you almost feel like you're tied to a rope in the infield. If you can wind up turns 1 and 2 here and time it all right, you come out of back straightaway just like you're shot out of a cannon. And that timing, you're exactly right, Clint. In the lap traffic, you can do it better than other people.
So last week somebody hit Clint Boyer for $5,000, and if you are playing today, here is one of the Super 6 questions. Which of these drivers will have the better finish at the end of the race, and by how many positions? Right now, Kevin Harvick is in 7th, and Tyler Reddick is in 11th. So that is 4 spots. You're looking from Tyler Reddick over there at Chase or Bill or one of those Elliots.
Rolling into this weekend in Darlington, I'd have got that wrong. I would have definitely said, you know, Harvick and the Stewart Haas boys have been struggling. I would have went with Tyler Reddick in that 45 bunch. But Kevin Harvick, just like he always does, just steady Eddie and staying right there in the hunt.
And I got to think that experience really pays off here more than almost any other oval you guys go to.
Regan has more.
Well, you guys talk about steady Eddie. Kevin Harvick in this race right now, moving up to 7th place. Early on, they were very loose with that race car, but they've now transitioned it. Kevin's last report, the car just a little bit tight. I saw Kevin before the race, and he had that gleam in his eye that if he had long runs today, he was going to be very good, and so far that's the case. Jamie?
And how about our Daytona 500 winner, Ricky Stenhouse Jr.? Great weekend so far. Qualified third, the best he's ever done here on Saturday. And so far, the car just a little bit tight. They made a small adjustment to help the overall grip. They also told him, fix your entry to 3. That's when the guys ahead of you are making up some time on you. And also his crew chief, Mike Kelly, he told me, my driver loves racing here. I love racing here. And when you have that, you have more fun, and it's easier to dial in because this place is tough.
There's Stenhouse closing on Keselowski for 5th place. They're about 8.5 seconds behind the lead.
I'm impressed with Keselowski. That car is holding steady. By far the best Ford Mustang we have in the field. Great job, Keselowski, so far.
Yeah, like I said, Jack and Steve Newmark both excited about his prospects today.
Great crowd. Fantastic crowd.
Lap 125. All of those towels are being waved at lap 125 celebrate Goodyear's 125th anniversary as a tire company.
Very cool.
Yeah, thank you, Goodyear, for everything you've done for our sport. And I say that from the heart. I don't receive any free products anymore, which is really a downside to being retired, I can tell you that.
Well, it probably worked for a while, Carl. You just decided never to come back. You know, you got to at least show your face. That's how those product endorsement sponsors work.
Actually, what's happening, I've got some bald tires at home, and, you know, I could
that's
use
what that was, a little plug?
Yeah, a little, you know.
So the one time you show up since 2016, he just pitched for a new set of tires on a farm truck. Such a Carl Edwards thing right there.
You know, we know a guy who knows a guy.
Yeah.
So we'll work on that.
I'm not unemployed. I'm between opportunities.
I see why you come back.
Yeah. While Martin Truex has stunk up the show, he's ahead of William Byron by 4.6 seconds with pit stops on the way. I want to ride in the blimp. Just never buy a minute.
Yeah, that and the tires. Perfect. I'm in.
So pit stops will be on the other side of the commercial break. Maybe under green flag conditions this time around. We're on lap 38 of 95 at stage 2 and lap 128 of 293 in total. Martin Truex Jr. has built up his largest lead of the day of 4.6 seconds over William Byron in second place. Ross Chastain is in third place, Kyle Busch in fourth, and Brad Keselowski rounds out the top 5 in fifth. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in sixth place, Kevin Harvick seventh, Kyle Larson eighth, Christopher Bell ninth, and Harrison Burton back in the top 10, rounding that position out. Chase Elliott in 11th, Tyler Reddick 12th, Ryan Blaney 13th, Eric Almirola 14th, Eric Jones is 15th, Bubba Wallace 16th, Denny Hamlin 17th, Austin Dillon 18th, Joey Logano 19th, and Austin Cindric rounds out the top 20. Ty Gilliland in 21st, Ty Gibbs 22nd, Ryan Preece 23rd, 24th is Michael McDowell, 25th Noah Gragson, Daniel Suarez 26th, 27th is Justin Haley, Chris Buescher 28th, and is the last car on the lead lap. 29th is AJ Allmendinger, Chase Briscoe in 30th, Josh Berry 31st, Ryan Newman 32nd, Ty Dillon 33rd, 34th place is Corey LaJoie, BJ McLeod 35th, and Brendan Poole is 36th. So that is your 36 car running order. And the middle portion of stage 2 in this one. And we're a little over a dozen laps away from the halfway mark in today's race as well. Mark Barnum, Linda Bollinger, Menace, also welcome into the stream. We have 170 plus people watching right now. Our goal is 150 likes on the stream, so be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so already and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as well. On the road to 5,000 subscribers on the channel. And over 60% of viewers on the channel over the last month are not subscribed. So I appreciate each and every one of you guys that are watching this live stream here on this Sunday afternoon and any live commentary live stream for the Truck Xfinity and the Cup Series every weekend. Be sure to hit the subscribe button. Helps the stream and helps the streams, videos I upload, and the channel out as a whole from an algorithm standpoint. Byron 0.3 quicker than Martin Truex Jr. that last lap. He has gone from about 4.5 seconds off the lead to 3 seconds off the lead during the commercial break as Truex is fighting through lap traffic. Byron just overall a little bit quicker at this point in the run. 30-plus laps into the run is where Truex started to fall off a little bit in the first 2 tire stints of the race, and in tire stint number 3, it seems to be the same thing again. I don't think they've really made many adjustments on the 19 car as a result of that, because they feel that they can at least hold the lead leading into pit stops. If Byron chooses to pit a lap or 2 sooner than Truex and is within 2.5 to 3 seconds, that could be the difference in Byron coming out ahead of the 19 during pit stops, and it'll be interesting if the 19 will be fast enough to get around the 24 following pit stops. Speaking of which, this is one of the more difficult racetracks to try to make a green flag stop on, and we are seeing them start right now with Michael McDowell being the first driver onto pit road. About 52 to go yet in stage 2, so not quite halfway through the 95 lap stage. We'll get there in a few more laps, but McDowell got a short pit trying to gain a little bit of track position. Many laps down, BJ McLeod also on pit road. Chase Briscoe going to lose yet another lap. He'll be 2 laps down in the 29th place position. Martin Truex Jr.'s last lap was a 32.0, as fastest of the race, 29.457, so a little bit over 2.5 seconds of tire fall up to this point in the run. Eric Almirola will be the next driver onto pit road. Justin Haley also into the pits. The thing is with Darlington, you pit too early. 5-10 laps before, then you're going to really start to give up time in the later portion of the run. Kyle Larson is on pit road from 8th.
Like Kyle Larson, been pretty good here for most of the day, other than that slow pit stop early on in the race that got him back. Right now, this run, all of a sudden, the car went too tight off at turn 4. He was scratching his head just a little bit about that.
Now, he was in 8th place when he pitted. We'll see how this picks him up. He was 9.6 seconds back at the time of his stop.
Ty Gibbs, Austin Cindric also on pit road. William Byron is coming into the pits, as well as Kyle Busch, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Kevin Harvick, Bell, and most of the top 10.
And he started this with a 4.7 second lead over second place, so big advantage for him.
There's William Byron coming into his box. Regan.
The 24, William Byron, asking for adjustments for the first time all day. The car is starting to get too tight for him. He needs help. That means the front tires won't turn. And the 8-car, Kyle Busch, just getting looser every run. Needs some help with the rear.
Martin Truex surrenders the lead. First time he has given it up all day to come to pit road. Chastain staying out will be the new leader, but here's Chastain in. So to cover both of those, here's Jamie.
Ross Chastain in the 1 car has been pretty good. Better rear grip this run, he said. Still looking for his first win of the season. Meanwhile, the 19 had to wait on it for Martin Truex Jr. They had to talk this weekend. James Small said, we must get the pole with this number 1 pit box if we want to win this race. And so far, they have been perfect today.
Ryan Blaney, the new leader, then Bubba Wallace.
So William Byron who pitted one lap before Martin Truex Jr. and was about 3.5 seconds behind the 19 when the green flag pit stop started between the two. Will definitely close the gap as a result, but Truex will easily be able to still stay out in front of the 24. The gap between them now is about 2 seconds, so Byron was able to close 1.5 seconds, maybe a little bit more than that. Ryan Blaney, Bubba Wallace, Daniel Suarez, the only 3 drivers still to hit pit road as they are the top 3, hoping that we get a caution. And they trap most of the field a lap down. That is the main reason why they are still out on the racetrack as we speak. Stenhouse on fresher tires, going to get to the inside of Ryan Blaney. Kyle Larson, who was the very first car to come into the pits, will have cycled from where he was originally running 8th. He scored an 8th right now, but that is because the top 3 haven't pit. So once everybody else hits pit road, Larson will have gained 3 spots by short pitting. So he's worked his way now up to the 5th place position, which would mean he will be in the top 5 for the first time in this Cup race today, as he tries to go for the sweep at least as far as winning the Xfinity and the Cup Series race this weekend. He did not run the truck race on Friday night. Daniel Suarez is on to pit road, surrendering his position, doesn't want to give up any more time. He'll probably end up being a lap down considering he was at the tail end of the lead lap anyway. Ryan Blaney will give up the race lead. He is on pit road and Bubba Wallace will follow, so this will give Martin Truex Jr. the lead once again, as he is about 1.5 seconds maybe ahead of William Byron right now. Byron has been a little bit quicker following the green flag pit stops and has gone from about 2 seconds off the lead to about 1.5 seconds off the lead during this run. So Truex back out in front. First laps he has not led since the first lap of the race was when Ryan Blaney had been leading during the cycling of green flag stops. So just by that alone, Blaney has led the second most laps today with 3 laps led. Martin Truex Jr. has already led 140 laps in today's race. FS1 cutting to yet another commercial break here. We'll keep our live commentary coverage going at this juncture of the Goodyear 400 today. If you're listening live on KRC to this point. 1.3 second difference. Byron another 10th quicker than Truex. Maybe they made the right adjustments to that 24 car as well to try to close in on the 19. Maybe get a little bit better on the short run versus just the long run. And really the gap between the top 5 is closed too, because not only Martin Truex Jr. was about 3.5 seconds ahead of Byron when the pit stop started, but now the top 4 are within 3.5 seconds of each other, and the top 5, even back to Larson, only 4.8 seconds off the lead. Now, a lot of those drivers did pit at least 1 lap, if not a couple more laps before Truex, so maybe the 19 stayed out just a skosh too long. Maybe should have thought about pitting what Kyle Larson did. I guess at the same time, though, if you get a caution and you would have pitted the same time Larson did, then you would have ended up losing a lap while leading, so that would have been maybe not the best situation. So that's probably why they stayed out as long as they did. They had a big enough lead to at least hold on to it cycling through, and which is probably the reason why they made the call they did, even though they did give up some of that lead. Still sitting at about 39 laps to go yet in Stage 2. And Ross Chastain, during the commercial break, has just taken over second from William Byron. Kyle Larson and Christopher Bell, the only drivers in the top 10 to run their fastest laps of the race following the green flag pit stop that took place less than 10 laps ago. Other drivers outside the top 10, notable at least, that also ran their fastest lap since the green flag pit stops have taken place recently: Tyler Reddick, Chase Elliott, Joey Logano, and Eric Jones. Eric Almirola also. Surprised Suarez still in the lead lap, staying out as long as he did. I thought he'd go a lap down, figuring he was way further back in the field than what Wallace and Blaney were at the time of the stops. Really hasn't been many drivers that have been able to get track position back when they have gone backwards in the field, whether that be a penalty or a slow stop. Bubba Wallace struggling to do so right now after finishing third in stage 1 and ran top 3 the entire first stage. Qualified second. He is in 20th. He was running about 15th or 16th, I think, before that. He would have restarted 18th, so he gained a few spots on the initial restart, but that was about it. And stayed out a little longer, so he gave a couple of those spots right back up again. And then Daniel Suarez, who had a speeding penalty during the first stop of the day under the fluid caution back at stage 1 around lap 38. And he's been right around 25th or worse the rest of the race. Barely stayed on the lead lap at the end of the last stage, but with so many laps left in this stage, don't think he's going to be able to hold on. Ross Chastain has made some gains on Martin Truex Jr., and a massive adjustment change has been made. Chastain goes to the bottom of the track through 3 and 4, looking for the lead. Nobody has passed the 19 on the track all day today, and we'll have to wait at least one more lap to try it. Chastain hanging on the left rear corner panel down the front stretch as he gets to the inside, and the UPS Chevrolet will dive bomb into turns 1 and 2. Truex up on the outside near the wall trying to protect so he can get the run off the exit of the corner. Chastain trying to force him into an uncompromised position and maybe lift. Truex got sideways off the exit of the corner as they crossed the bump off turn 2. Chastain's got the nose out in front into 3 and 4. Now he attempts the slide job. Up the hill goes Chastain. He is going to clear the 19. Will Truex try the crossover? Truex is going to get the run off the high side, but he's not going to be able to get back underneath the 1. And Ross Chastain will lead for the first time this afternoon at Darlington. He leads the point standings, but is still winless on the year, trying to get the first win for Trackhouse Racing this season and vault his way into the playoffs. If we do see a different winner today, it will be the 10th different winner in the first 13 races of the 2023 season. So a lot of parity this year, just like we saw last season around this time of the year as well. We'll only have 6 spots open for the playoffs, with still 13 races left in the regular season. If a guy like a Chastain wins today, although Chastain is the only driver in the top 6 right now that currently does not have a win, you got to go back to Keselowski in 7th before you find another driver without a win, and then Harvick in 9th are the only 3 drivers in total in the top 10 with no wins this season. William Byron within a second of the lead now, and he is only about 2 car lengths behind Martin Truex Jr. off of turn 4. The 19 has faded at this point in the race as we're about halfway home. Just past halfway exactly, and 32 laps to go in stage 2. I don't know how. I think Chastain made a good adjustment change because he got by Byron before he got to Truex, but I think Truex might have went the wrong way with a potential adjustment, because not only the 1 caught him, but the 24 is there now, and Kyle Busch is within about a second of the 19 car as well. Kyle Larson, who was 4.8 seconds back following the pit stops, is now 3 seconds back even at the line. And all the Toyotas that were up there with Truex in the top 10 at stage 1, it is now a Chevrolet brigade right around him, as Truex is the only Toyota in the top 7 and only Chevrolets in the top 6 other than Truex in the second place position still. And 2 Fords in the top 10 being Keselowski and Harvick in 7th and 9th.
Running as quickly as they'd like, and they've expressed it on the radio.
Block is early on this kind of a racetrack. I know, it's so dumb. Aggravates the snot out of me. I think I'm good, and then all of a sudden I just pick up a massive tight, and I have to really check up right there instead of rolling into a speed. Front end pace, what do you need for that? I mean, here's my thing. I can go faster, but I just think I'm going to pay for it. So that's a me problem, not a you problem. I was definitely tighter at the start of the run, but hell, if I'm not, I'm going to be so I don't know.
Wow. It's pretty good there. Yeah. I think that comes, you know, watching these race cars go around here with the diffuser, right? That definitive, very defined draft out of the back of these cars, crossing that lake, like we talked about. You see them as they approach those cars 4 or 5 car lengths back, Carl, picking up a massive push. Having to get out of that wake, forcing them in a different place on this racetrack, that's a challenge.
Yeah, I'm enjoying your boat analogies. That's great, the wake and all, but I do believe these cars are very, very difficult to drive from what the guys have told me. You can't just muscle it around, pitch the rear and get it to turn. You know, Ryan and Newman and I talked a little bit about it. Your window's small. that diffuser changes, traffic's a bear. And I am interested in this pit strategy because as we talk about all these things, I think that's going to be the key, and there's a lot to that.
I think one of those keys to this racetrack is this track is ever changing. We know that as it rubbers down, it picks up a difference. Listen along.
The leaders that typically kick off a little more neutral each run have held on reasonable. You've still been a little faster than them all the way at the end of a run. So I don't know that I'm being super concerned right now. You just have managed the best you can. You've got a second and a half out front.
Now, Kyle Larson talking about on the radio, as you heard with his crew chief, Cliff Daniels, that he may be a little bit too loose, but he has been the fastest car on the racetrack since the green flag pit stops have taken place. Even faster than Chastain, who took the lead away from Martin Truex Jr. moments ago. Larson's now just 2.2 seconds off the lead. He has gained over the race leader 2.6 seconds and counting since the green flag stops. That last lap, he was 0.3 quicker than race leader Ross Chastain. So Kyle Larson on the move in 5th. This is as high as he has been in the running order so far today. Kyle Busch putting the battle to Byron, who closed in on the 19 and the 1 initially there, but now is starting to slip back again. And Kyle is putting the battle to the 24 car as he looks to the inside in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Just can't quite drive underneath the 24. If you can get alongside somebody off the exit of a corner and side draft them down the straightaways, then you could try the slingshot into the next corner. But if you're not inside of them going into the corner, it's pretty much impossible to try to complete the pass at this racetrack. It doesn't really matter what the car is. Busch now gets to the inside of Byron off turn 4, so now he can try the slide job into 1 and 2 as he's got the positioning on him. Goes up the hill, clears William Byron, just kept it off the outside wall, gets the pedal down, and Busch is up to 3rd. Larson catching up now after these two were battling side by side for even just a half a lap, and Larson is now within about 4 car lengths of Busch and about less than a car length behind the 24 of Byron. Byron goes to the outside, or the inside rather, trying to get some clean air. Larson on the top is going to have a run off turn 4 and try to maybe attack to get to the bottom of Byron in the middle of 1 and 2 this time. Kyle Busch 2 seconds off the race lead. Martin Truex Jr. 0.8 of a second back of race leader Ross Chastain. Larson to the inside of Byron off of turn 2 as expected, and now he'll try to make the slide job into turns 3 and 4. Fox going to a commercial break as of right now, as we are late in stage 2. It'll be a full screen commercial break as we have 130 laps to go in today's race. And a little bit less than 30 to go in this second stage. In fact, actually, we have about 22 laps to go in stage 2. So we will keep our coverage going right now. Be sure to vote in the chat if you haven't already. Our voting poll will close when the green flag flies to start stage 3 for who you think will win today's race. Other at 45% of the votes so far, and Ross Chastain leads, so he would count as one of those other picks. 31% say that Kyle Larson will win of the 130 votes casted so far. 5% say Denny Hamlin. And Martin Truex Jr. has dominated the race through stage 1, and now up to this point in the race has 19% of the votes of the 130 so far. Our spotlight drivers and where they're running here late in stage 2. One of the don't have picks is actually leading the race right now. Ross Chastain, currently out in front of the field. Looking for his best Darlington race finish today and maybe a shot at a victory as he has taken over in this second stage. The other don't have picks are outside the top 10 of Chase Elliott and Ryan Blaney, currently running at 11th and 12th with Elliott in 11th, Blaney in 12th. Sleeper picks, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 6th. Good run going for him. Tyler Reddick in 10th. So good run going for him. Also in the top 10 currently. And then the third and final sleeper pick would have been Eric Jones. He's 16th. Got up to as high as 13th in this race after starting 28th, but hasn't really been up around that position since the end of stage 1. And I actually just lost another spot to Bubba Wallace as well. So not quite as good in stage 2 for Eric Jones as what he was in stage 1. Going to make some adjustments. Going to have to make some adjustments on that race car to try to see if he can get a top 10. The 3 must-have picks that I did predict to guarantee top 10 finishes for Kyle Larson. My pick to win the race is up to 4th as he just passed William Byron during the commercial break. Byron, the other must-have, is in 5th place as of right now. And Denny Hamlin, 15th. He got in the wall back in stage 1. Fell back. And really, ever since he hit the wall in stage 1, pretty significantly. According to Hamlin's radio call, he has not been in the top 10 since. He was running 8th at the time of contact. I think he's been as high as about 5th or 6th in the very early going of today's race after the initial start, considering he qualified in 8th. Once again, a reminder, next weekend, the NASCAR Cup Series heads to North Wilkesboro for the All-Star Race. They will have heat races on Saturday night where we will have live commentary coverage for, which will be in the evening before the truck race. So, live commentary Saturday next week for the NASCAR Cup Series heat races at North Wilkesboro, as well as the NASCAR Truck Series points race at North Wilkesboro on the Saturday night. Sunday night, we'll have live commentary for you guys as well, where we will have the Open starting, I think, at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It might be 5. Whatever time the Open starts, we will have live commentary for the Open and the All-Star Race all day Sunday as well. So a lot of live commentary coverage next weekend from North Wilkesboro in the return to the racetrack for the first time in 29 years in the NASCAR realm. Darrell Waltrip will be the guest commentator in the booth for the North Wilkesboro All-Star Race next weekend as well. And that race will be on Fox Sports 1, which I'm quite surprised about. There was a lot of hype, obviously, around bringing North Wilkesboro back to the NASCAR schedule this year, and kind of stinks that race isn't on the big Fox affiliate. Most of the short track races are typically on FS1 and not on big Fox, and that is the case with that. So it's kind of a shame, but if you can't watch it, you definitely want to tune in here next Sunday night.
And Justin Marks is the team owner for Trackhouse. You guys have the track position now. Big Crew's doing their job. What is the strategy now with 123 laps to go?
Well, one of the really great things about NASCAR racing is how loud it is. So I couldn't really hear anything you asked me, but people said strategy. It's always great to be able to be in a strategic position when you're leading the race. Obviously, we've got a really fast PS number 1 car Ross, and he drove out there to lead on his own. So now it puts us in a position where we can sort of control the race a little bit and sort of watch what everybody else is doing. So it's the best spot to be in, honestly. Everybody at Trackhouse has been working so hard. I know that Daniel got a speeding penalty yesterday. He's got a NASCAR too. We're trying to get work to get back up there and this pit crew. They are lights out awesome. The 99 and the 1. These guys, they have fun and they're super fast. And we're all just living the dream at Trackhouse. It's so great to be here on the Throwback weekend. And hopefully we can win at one of the most iconic NASCAR tracks.
Justin Marks' Trackhouse team, Mike, they just do things differently down here, trying to get their first win of the season with Ross.
Been over a year since Ross Chastain's been. Last April, as a matter of fact, since he's been in Victory Lane. Hard to believe.
Well, he's coming up to lap Daniel Suarez, his teammate. Suarez was a top 5 car until he had a speeding penalty, leaving the pits back to lap 38.
Here's the line you were talking about, Carl, right along with Ron Truex.
Yeah, so you're on the throttle, He's looking for clean air right here. Hits the patch, tons of grip. Don't spin the tires off of turn 2. Then you come barreling down here. You can't see the entry. You just slide in here. You're looking for your spot. Not too close to the wall, but there's grip up there. But don't get tempted. Looking for clean air. And right now, breathing down his neck, Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson, the top 4 separated by only 2 seconds.
What I saw right there is the difference in this new car versus the old. Carl, I would have, rode the wall a little bit instead of diming him off of that. That shows you that wake, if you will. The car in front of it, they cannot be in that wake whatsoever. He elected to go down low, diming that corner up off, trying to stay underneath of him.
And more shifting opportunities, so you can pinch the car a little bit more and maybe still have some power to come off the corner. But I really am excited to see the end of this run. I know we've only got, how many laps? 11 to go. But this traffic, I really feel like is going to be a factor. And in the final stage, I think that could play a huge role in the outcome.
Nice shots from the Toyota cam and the driver's eye on board Martin Truex here in second place. And the top 4 are closing up. Truex now just half a second back. Kyle Busch 1.2, Kyle Larson 2.5. As you'll watch from our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, they power every lap, every mile, and every victory on the road ahead. Goodyear, more driven.
So Do you get a set of tires?
They're great.
I do, Carl.
Great
I'm
tires.
very upset with that.
In fact, I couldn't have said it better than like.
Thanks. I'll give you the script next time.
Thank you. I'd love to do that.
Did you see how close our guys are racing to that wall in 3 and 4? Unbelievable how close they are.
I don't know about you, Clint, but when you watch these guys go down the back straightaway, when I would drive into 3 and 4, it's like I knew there might be some grip up there, but you have to decide, man, am I going to risk it? It's really difficult.
They're perfect slide job. Coming from a dirt racer, Christopher Bell, textbook, slid right up in front of Stenhouse, took his line. See how he got tight in the back of that car? Now here comes Kevin Harvick behind him. Going to make that pass as well, capitalizing on that. Free pass right there, Carl.
Harvick up to 8th. Stenhouse back to 9th.
I'm still super impressed with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and company. Man, fantastic job. Top 10 all day long. Great car.
Stenhouse has run more laps in the top 10 today than in all of his previous 14 races here combined.
Good job, Ricky. Just a dirt racer. Did it the hard way. Having a great day.
Now Tyler Reddick anchors the top 10. Here comes Blaney looking for some stage points on the inside.
Oh, man. I think Blaney may have got into him. We're going to have to watch that back, Carl, but I think Blaney got into him. I heard his throttle get out of the gas, so you could tell that he was in the wall.
I think I heard some of those crunching noises that are terrible to hear here. So Blaney.
Little crossover with Blaney. Slides up. Yeah. Squeezing pretty hard.
Yeah, he definitely misjudged that.
Well, 8 worked better than 4.
Well, unless you're running Goodyears, and then 4 just fine. But yeah, that's not good.
Now the leaders have tightened up. Truex has come right back here with 6 to go in stage 2, looking for another stage win.
He liked that lead more, and that's.
Playoff points are so important. That's why you see these guys. One more opportunity. Look at these lappers side by side. And those lappers are going to be racing hard, trying to stay on that lead lap. That'll be difficult for Chastain. One of them being his teammate.
Huge run down the back straightaway from 19.
Suarez in the 99, the green and white car, is still the last car on the lead lap.
See Chastain a little bit loose getting into 3. There. Now Truex stays on the outside like I was talking about earlier. If he can get that run. Race is on here. Playoff points, so important, Carl.
Yep, dive it down in the corner, and Truex chose that high line, maybe chose the high line. Running across the middle, just looks like he's really searching for clean air.
That car that was being lapped there,
that's Josh Berry.
I believe he got into the wall off.
48, very hard. Hard impact into the wall right in front of your leaders.
Look who's sneaking in the picture.
Kyle Busch.
And Kyle Larson.
They have run them down.
4 to go.
Took a long time to get there.
But this is the
they got into those lap traffic, Carl. That was the difference maker.
Yeah, this is Darlington. This is where it gets exciting. These guys know they only have 3 to go. They get to race hard for this stage win.
Chastain's got away from him again, but there's still 3 lappers ahead.
Suarez being the closest. Suarez's biggest fan right now is Ryan Preece, who is the first car 1 lap down, and we get the free pass if things stay as they are.
One of Chastain's strong suits was getting into 3. He really could dive that car in harder than most, and I think that's went away. Starting to get loose into 3, and you see Truex behind him capitalizing on that.
Truex is really just trying anything he can. I mean, it's an unorthodox line there. I know some guys have been doing that, looking for grip. Maybe that's part of his solution to the track rubber in problem that Truex is having.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. See how much he closed in turn 3? Chastain's kind of in a window there. Can't overdrive that thing anymore. Loose getting in where Truex was able to really dive that thing in.
1 lap to go in stage 2. Ross Chastain has about a 2-car length gap into turn 1 over Martin Truex Jr. Truex drives it hard on the corner entry, right in line on the bottom before moving to the top to diamond the corner off and trying to find a way to get to the 1 of Chastain and sweep the first 2 stages of the race. Has a run off turn 2. He's going to have a chance into turns 3 and 4. Going to the bottom of the track, Daniel Suarez is there. Truex gets into him. Oh no, Truex is around. He spun after contact with Chastain. Chastain's going to win the stage, but he hit the wall very hard. Caution flag is out to end the stage. And Truex overdrove it, getting into turn 3 to try to get the playoff point. Oh, man. Ross Chastain's the stage winner, but he's got a lot of damage. on the UPS Chevrolet. Truex drove it into the inside. He tried to stay alongside the 1 who was trapped behind the lap car of Daniel Suarez. And the 19 went around. I'd actually say Chastain probably has more damage than the 19, but with the 19 sliding, he lost a lot of ground as a result. Ross Chastain able to pedal on. Chastain looked like he may have gotten into the wall just before Truex hit him, but because they were in the corner, when Truex made contact with the 1 was already in the wall, so he definitely got crowded by the 19. That seemed to be more on Truex than Chastain. Tough break. I mean, they were going for the stage win, but the big importance is the race win. And Truex just a little over-aggressive there. You don't usually see those kinds of mistakes out of Martin Truex Jr., but definitely saw it there. And I think he still scored in 10th at the end of the stage by the time he got his car moving back in the right direction again. So he gets 1 stage point, but lost out on quite a few. And remember, he is in the battle for the regular season championship with Ross Chastain. I think he was aware of that and was trying to up him. It would have been a 2-point swing if he could have passed him. Instead, Chastain will win, and that is his 5th stage win of the season. 5th for Ross. When Martin Truex Jr. won stage 1 earlier today, that was his 1st stage win of the year. The rest of the stage 2 results for the top 10 that will all receive stage points. Ross Chastain gets the stage win. Kyle Busch 2nd. Kyle Larson 3rd. William Byron 4th. Brad Keselowski 5th. Christopher Bell moved up to 6th late in the stage. Kevin Harvick 7th. Ryan Blaney ended up 8th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 9th. And Martin Truex Jr. 10th. Caution is out for just the 3rd time today, as this will bleed into the stage end as it came on the final lap in turns 3 and 4. Nobody else collected. Truex has led the most laps today, and Chastain the 2nd most, and both cars make contact on the final lap of stage 2, going for the playoff point. Truex lost track position with the spin, and Ross Chastain with the contact, unfortunately, is probably going to have to buff out the fenders on the right side of the race car, and that left rear corner panel as well took a little bit of a hit from the 19. Just got crunched against the wall. Godzilla Legendary 2078, thanks for tuning in. Chris Davis. Dale Campbell, welcome in. Bill Elliott will be in the booth for the final stage of the race. I'll let you guys listen into the broadcast at one point in the final stage. Be the 4th different guest in the booth. So I'd imagine with Chastain, well, I don't want to jump to conclusions here because we don't know what the rest of the race off pit road's going to look like, but Chastain is more than likely not going to hold on to the lead on pit road, considering they'll have to pull out some fenders, I'm sure, on that 1 car. I think it's safe to say you could say that Truex Chastain. I can't even say that. It's like a tongue twister. Truex Chastain.
Stage 2. And let's listen in to some of the radio in that final lap.
Everything okay? Yeah. Probably had plenty of room there, just he bounced off the wall, I guess. Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Larry Mack, what did your data tell you about those?
I went easy behind Daniel so long, I feel like I never used the front.
I don't know. Truex kind of putting fault on Ross Chastain, both him and James Small there. I thought it was more on Truex, personally. Chastain definitely got up into the wall, but the 19 didn't give him a lot of room. I mean, it was hard racing, but that's kind of the position you put yourself in if you're Truex, putting Chastain in a tight box. And we've seen Chastain do that in the past, and other drivers had been upset. So, with Chastain now in the position where he wasn't at fault, he gets the blame for it, because more often than not, is him that causes incidents like this. So kind of like the boy who cried wolf in this situation.
As the leaders come to pit road, Regan.
Kyle Busch started off that last run with just a little bit too much splitter contact. Team asked him if he could handle a little bit more. He said yes, but not much more. Race car got too loose as he got to the end of the run. Wanted a little adjustment for that. And the 5 car, Kyle Larson, was turning better, especially early on, but way too loose at the end of that run, Jamie.
Ross Chastain picks up his 5th stage win of the year. You saw that contact. He said the good news is he hit square, so he thinks everything is all right. The wheel is straight. And the 19 of Martin Truex Jr., he said if Ross would have just run his line and stopped worrying about blocking all the time, we would have been fine. So a little bit of damage on the 19, but they think they are okay as well with the 4-tire stop here.
Kyle Larson wins the close race off pit road, gaining 2 spots. Chastain lost 1. They didn't really have to pull the fenders out on the 1 car. Steering column aligned. Chase Elliott up 3 spots, back inside the top 10 now as well. Truex gained 2 more. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. Truex a little salty on the radio for no reason. My opinion. He wouldn't worry about blocking so much, and he wouldn't have ran himself into the wall. That doesn't make any sense when he wasn't blocking because he had a car underneath him. You know, is it blocking when you're in front of another driver or try to cut down in front of another driver, not somebody's trying to make a pass on you and you're just kind of running the top? Like, he never tried to block at all in that situation. I don't know. I wanted to take the blame on himself there. Fish King 883, thanks for tuning in. My dog Fulton, welcome to the stream as well. SRT Secra, also welcome to the stream. Stu Isaac, I think I saw you in the chat earlier. So Larson out in front for the first time today following pit stops. He was my pick to win the race today, out in front for the first time. Trying to win back-to-back days at Darlington. Never won at Darlington in any series in NASCAR until winning the Xfinity Series race yesterday. He's got a chance to win in double-duty fashion this weekend at the Lady in Black. Been inching his way closer after a slow pit stop back at stage 1. He was as far back as 24th as a result. Got himself up to 12th at the end of that first stage. Went from 12th to 4th at stage 2. Just slowly moving himself forward, and now he's in the lead after a fast pit stop by his pit crew as well that time. Regaining themselves. Larson carried that team on his back, worked their way to the front of the field, made an adjustment that may have made the car a little too loose on the long run that last run, but was very fast in the short run. Roles reversed from how really that 5 team and really Hendrick Motorsports has been so far today, where they've been quicker on the long run than the short run, at least between the 5, 24, and even the 9 at times. So this time, pit crew made up for their lost cause earlier, won him the race out of the pits, and now he's in position to try to get the win. We'll take a quick ad break here, and then stage 3 will begin on the other side. You're listening live here on KRC. SRT works for me. Less of a mouthful on my end, so I will gladly call you SRT. I don't think Truex can fight. He's always been one of the more nicer guys in the garage, I feel like. He's one of those people that Noah Gragson explained during his interview or interviews I had seen after his fight with Chastain last week, talking about how guys will complain about him over the radio, but they won't actually step up and do anything about it. That's exactly Martin Truex Jr. to a T. He's had multiple run-ins with Chastain over the years. Dover, Chastain put him in an uncompromised position last year, and eventually you could say that maybe allowed for Truex to miss the playoffs because he ended up missing by just 5 points to Blaney at Daytona. And leading up to that, it was pretty much Truex who was in the prime position. If it wasn't for those lost, however many points he ended up losing on the last lap of Dover last year, it was definitely more than 5 spots because I don't think he had a top 10 out of it despite battling for 3rd or 4th on the final lap. David Griffin, also welcome to the stream. Truex is a lover, not a fighter. Yeah, I kind of Exactly. True Rex Jr. See what you did there. I see what you did there. About 2 hours into the race. Final stage, 103 laps. I think I did my math wrong. 107 laps is the final stage. And we'll have right around 100 to go when we go green. That was actually the first caution for incident this entire race. We had fluid on the track at lap 38, which brought out a caution. Lap 90 was stage 1 end. And we were about to get to the end of stage 2 without a single caution as well for incident until that final lap, final corner between Chastain and Truex. Chastain's car, according to him, seems to feel fine, at least under caution. We'll see if it'll stay fine during green flag conditions. We saw Denny Hamlin hit the wall back in stage 1 a little hard, and Hamlin fell outside of the top 10 and has not been back in the top 10 since. So we'll see if Chastain can keep his potential race-winning speed up here in the early going of this stage. He'll be on the inside of row 1 for the restart. Kyle Larson has elected the outside lane, which Truex has been the only car on the outside of the front row in the restarts today because he has led so many laps and had led leading to every restart until now. So we'll see if Larson could get just as good of a launch as the 19 has been having all day. Row 2 on the restart going to be Byron and Busch. Harvick inside the top 5 following pit stops. He'll be on the outside of row 3. And I think Christopher Bell will be underneath him. Green flag back in the air. 100 laps to go in the Goodyear 400 at Darlington. Larson leads him to the green and the final stage is underway. Pretty good launch on the bottom by Chastain. He's going to try to hold door-to-door with the 5 as they get into 1 and 2. Kyle Busch gave a shot to the 5 car as well. Chastain going up the hill, trying to crowd the 5 into an uncompromised position. Now Larson goes down the track trying to side draft the 1, and they stay door-to-door in the backstretch. Crash in the back of the field. A huge one at that. There's about 6+ cars involved in the back half of the field. Todd Gilliland, Austin Cindric, Austin Dillon's got heavy damage. Ryan Newman is in it. Daniel Suarez is caught up. A lot of damage on the 3 of Austin Dillon, and I think he's got a toe link issue perhaps on the 3. About 6 or 7 cars caught up. 1 car has lost a tire, which might have caused the accident. And I don't know who it was that lost a tire, but that was our first lap up to speed following the caution. Eric Jones also collected in the accident. And the tire came off of the 43 of Eric Jones, which might have started that accident. Right rear tire came off the 43 on the exit of turn 2. He was spinning sideways off the exit of the corner as the tire was... It looked like it was flat in the middle of the corner. It was probably because it wasn't on tightly, if I had to guess. But that tire was definitely flat, which caused him to slide in front of a lot of cars as they were all 2x2 in the back half of the field still following that restart. Kyle Larson was scored the leader when the caution came out, according to the last timing and scoring loop. He was side-by-side with Chastain for the lead, but had the bumper out in front, so Larson will be the control car on the upcoming restart once again. Didn't get a full lap of racing in there, so I don't expect that we're going to see any pit stops. And, yeah, you can definitely see it from various camera angles that 43 right rear tire was down, and it was probably because it was coming off. They did not get that lug nut secured. And that has caused a pile-up off turn 2. Jones was running top 15 at the time. I think Ty Gibbs got a piece of the 43 as well. Didn't see that initially. Noah Gragson also collected in the accident. A lot of those cars I think are going to be able to continue unless some of them maybe have toe link issues. There's not a whole lot of damage that would take them out, but enough that would probably slow them down, I'm sure, especially in dirty air and in traffic as they were all running in anyway. Nowhere to go there. Not as big as a wreck that we saw at the end of Stage 2 in the Xfinity Series race yesterday, but decent-sized wreck that collected quite a few drivers in it. By the way, during the Stage 2 break, Ryan Preece had gotten the free pass. And with this caution at lap 193, I believe Chris Buescher is going to get the free pass in the 17 car this time. And Preece did miss that accident too. I don't think he was caught up in it. So now he has moved inside the top 20. Quite a few of those drivers that were collected are at least a lap down. If not going to be out of the race. We'll know exactly who's out of the race here. Once we get back to green flag racing, we can see on our leaderboard how many laps down specific drivers may be. Jones' tire never came off until he hit the wall. Yeah, it didn't come off, but I don't think it would have came off if it wasn't already starting to come off, if that makes sense. Because on the replays, the right rear tire was definitely flat. I mean, it was down nearly on the rim while he was sliding, so the tire was down, which leads me to believe with it coming off that the lug nut wasn't secured tightly. Because even when drivers spin out, we don't see tires just fall off like that. Or when they hit the wall, the tire doesn't just pop off. And we just had pit stops too. That was their first lap as they were getting up to speed. Weren't even completely up to speed yet, just getting off turn 2. And I don't think the tire was able to hold on. That's just my opinion, obviously. Everybody's subject to their own opinion. That was my take on what I think happened there. Kelly Jones, thanks for tuning in. Eric Jones is having a pretty decent run today, too. Not as quite as good as what I thought he'd run, but it wasn't a bad day up until that point. Nine drivers in total were involved in the accident off of turn 2. Austin Cindric, Austin Dillon, Michael McDowell, Ty Gillen, Noah Gregson, Eric Jones, Ryan Newman, Ty Gibbs, and Daniel Suarez were all collected. A lot of them on pit road still repairing damage under the 6-minute damaged vehicle policy clock. Five different leaders, 9 lead changes, 22 cars still in the lead lap, even following this caution, and this is the 4th caution of the race total. Yeah, happy Mother's Day once again to everybody out there, all the moms out there. Can't forget about that being here on this Sunday. 95 laps to go. Field has not gotten the 1 to go signal yet, still having cleanup on the backstretch from where that wreck had taken place. Make me 1,800 to pick out. Yeah, I remember you saying that. I haven't picked Kyle Larson, so I'm going to have to root against you, Marvin. I'm sorry. I mean, at least Busch is in a Chevy, so that would be going for me. The problem is he qualified outside the top 10, too. So what I have, and I'll pull up FanDuel real quick and read through you guys what I ended up putting for myself. I obviously had Larson to win. He was plus 500. He was Vegas's favorite to win. I don't even look at the odds when I go to pick the winner of the race. I don't like looking at that and letting that dictate, who exactly I'm picking or not. He just so happened to be the favorite. Hamlin was the favorite last week, and I just so happened to pick him. Some weeks I'll pick the guy that isn't the favorite. They win or don't win or vice versa. It just... I don't go base it off the odds. I literally just do my research when I'm pulling up the notes for the pre-race that I give you guys my predictions before the start of every race, and the guy who I feel more comfortable picking of like my must-have picks is the guy that I end up taking, whether that be they've had the speed this year, in recent weeks especially, like, Larson, that 5 team has had. Hamlin didn't have the speed recently going up to last weekend at Kansas, but he had speed at Kansas in recent years, and he ran really good there with the next-gen car last year as well, so I felt confident picking Denny Hamlin last week, and that's what led into it. So that's kind of what leads into my predictions on a weekly basis. I don't think I've ever ended up picking somebody with more than 18-1 odds before. I remember taking Bubba Wallace at Michigan last year to win. He was my pick because that car was really fast on Saturday practice qualifying. And he ended up finishing second, so I was pretty close with that. And he happened to be 18-1 that weekend. I thought that was a steal. And I understand why he was 18-1 even with as fast of a car as he had, because he only had one career win up to that point. And it was at Talladega, so it makes sense, I guess, to a certain extent. I would have thought he would have been more like a 12-1 or an 11-1 for that reason. Like, for instance, Ryan Blaney hasn't won a NASCAR race in like a year and a half, but most weeks he's still like 10-1 or plus 1,200. Even though he hasn't ran quite as good this year, even compared to last year. Yeah, so I had a Chevy winning overall, which would get 123. Starting position 1 to 10. It looks like they're interviewing Jimmy Johnson right now. I'll let you listen
the
to
wheel
that.
came off. It collected some other cars, including the 42, but the guys were doing a great job. And Eric had been, holding steady there in the top 15 most of the day, and an unfortunate kind of end to a good run for us.
How about for you? What's it like sitting up on top of the pit box, not being able to control anything or be in the race car?
I feel so helpless. It's just such a different experience to be watching. It gives me a greater perspective of just all the engineering that goes into it, strategy that's required. And I certainly enjoy being behind the wheel a lot more than I do sitting on the pit box, but that's where I am these days.
Congratulations to you. You're one of NASCAR's 75 greatest drivers.
Thank you. Such an honor. Appreciate it.
And Jimmy Johnson fans, he'll be back in the race car in 2 weeks at Charlotte. Mike?
How about that?
Daniel Suarez pulling into the garage right now. So Suarez's day has come to an end. A good start after a good qualifying effort yesterday. Ran top 5 through most of stage 1. Pit road speeding penalty put it back in traffic. It can never get back in position. What I was going to say, though, I had money on somebody to win from starting in the top 10. I think Kyle Busch and Kevin Harvick are the only two up there right now that didn't start in the top 10. Of pretty much everybody that is in the top 9, and then Chase Elliott as well. So as long as those guys don't win, I'm okay there. And then I had Chevy winning. Chase Elliott in a head-to-head against Kevin Harvick, I believe. That's looking a lot tighter than what I thought it was going to be. And then Bubba Wallace, I had him winning his group as well, of the 4 drivers that were in it. Green flag back in the air. Larson leads the field to the green on the outside lane right now. Ross Chastain in the 1 is down on the bottom. Chastain, just like the last restart, trying to crowd the 5, not giving him a lot of room. Larson doing a great job keeping it off the wall. And again, Larson goes back down the track to try to side draft the 1. They still stay side by side for the lead into 3 at 4. Chastain going to pitch it down to the bottom. All 4 tires below the white hashed line on the inside of the racetrack. Kyle Larson up high. They still stay side by side and door to door up turn 4 for the lead. Larson will lead that lap at the line by less than a half a car length over Chastain. Kyle Busch with a big run to the back bumper of both cars. Nowhere to go as he's boxed in behind him. Chastain up the track again, not giving Larson a lot of room. Great job by Larson, keeping it off the outside wall, keeping it off the 1. Even with the wiggle, he got into a position where he had to lift, and he's going to lose a couple positions, and Ross Chastain will take the race lead. William Byron and Kyle Busch will be side by side for second now behind them as they split by Larson, who had to lift off turn 2 the last lap. Busch is clear in second place, and William Byron in the 24 now runs in third. Keselowski is battling for 5th right now with Christopher Bell. Bell takes over the position. Harvick under duress for Martin Truex Jr. in the 19. They run nose to tail down the backstretch, working their way by Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who is on the bottom lane and is stuck. Stenhouse drives it in deep into the corner. Chase Elliott up to the inside of the 19, right in line behind the 47. Almost ran into the back of him. Stenhouse loose through the bumps before working his way back into the outside in front of Truex, and Truex was able to hold clear as well on Elliott as they battle for ninth. Elliott again back to the inside of the 19 car. First time Truex has been back in traffic all day today, so it's interesting to see what he can do there. Maybe he'll have a chance to work himself forward through the field. Kyle Busch took a peek to the inside of Chastain for the lead through 3 and 4. Could not complete the pass. Stays in line behind him on the front stretch. Chastain cleared the line by about 2 car lengths. Kyle Larson has caught back up to William Byron and battles his Hendrick teammate for third. Chevrolets run 1 through 4, followed by a Toyota, 2 Fords, another Chevy, Toyota, and a Chevy in the top 10. I do feel confident about a Chevy winning today, at least. I think I got that right. They have dominated the second half of this one. Really, ever since the end of stage 1. Other than Truex has been really the only outlier, but after his spin, he has fallen back. Kyle Larson to the inside of William Byron. Byron going to let him go. Larson did a good job getting underneath him off turn 4. He side drafted him, had a run, and Byron backed off early into 1 to let the 5 go, knowing Larson's faster than the 24 throughout the race today. Larson back inside the top 3 following the restart. Chase Elliott and Martin Truex Jr. have been side by side for a while now. They're losing ground from Stenhouse in front of him as a result. Elliott is finally going to complete the pass nearly on Truex. Nope, not quite. Thought he was going to have a chance to slide up. Truex got back to the gas a lot quicker than what I thought he was going to there, and still stays alongside Chase Elliott. Ryan Blaney closing in on the battle now as he wants a shot to get back in the top 10 after finishing 8th in stage 2. Blaney only 1 career top 10 at Darlington coming into this race today, and he's got a shot to get his second. He hasn't ran top 10 most of the day, but sneaked in there late in that second stage. Truck spinning gained him another spot, of course, as well. And lost some time on pit road, but getting some spots back with these couple restarts back-to-back. Works his way past Chase Elliott to move into 10th. Kyle Busch still staying close to the one of Ross Chastain right now. He's about a car length and a half behind him off of turn 2. Larson's now just 1 second off the race lead. In fact, Larson quicker than the second and first place cars just in front of him. 84 laps to go at the start-finish line. Joey Logano passing Tyler Reddick on the track for 13th. Somebody has spun. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Left rear tire is flat on Stenhouse's race car in the middle of 3 and 4. Tough break for Ricky. He's been in the top 10 all day. And a flat left rear tire on the Kroger Chevrolet has caused him to spin, and he's going to lose all that track position. He was running in 8th place. He was all the way down on the inside of the track. He must have felt the tire going down before he got into turn 3. I think he was trying to bring it to pit road and ended up blowing out before he had a chance to get there. Spins like a top a couple of times, and luckily he did not come back across the racetrack, so nobody else was collected. And this is our 5th caution of the day and our 2nd in the early going of stage 3. Ran enough laps on those tires, I'd imagine everybody will come down and pit this time. $82 laps left. Teams will be on their way to pit road this time. Feel bad for Stenhouse having one of his better runs of the season. Kind of similar to Richmond at the beginning of the race where he was top 5 the whole race and then had a engine failure there in the early going towards the end of that first stage, and unfortunately didn't get a finish he maybe could have had that day. 2 top 5s and 4 top 10s on the year for Stenhouse coming into this one. Was looking for his 5th, and unfortunately things not going to go his way. He will still be on the lead lap, but he'll be at the tail end of the lead lap when we get back to green flag racing. Chastain leading the leaders onto pit road.
Stop. Picked up. Regan.
Well, Kyle Busch, good when we started that run right there. Liked his car initially, but then he got in the wake of the one car, said it was really tight. A little bit of a discussion on whether they want to adjust for that or not. He thinks it's going to be very good on the long run. And Kyle Larson struggling on that restart just a little bit as he lost the track position. The plan was to try and save the tires and get him as the run went on. Jamie?
Christopher Bell in the 20, driven from 16th up to the top 5, and that's no surprise. He ran great in both races here last year. He's actually the first driver I heard say he feels good. Ross Chastain was a little bit of help. They're adding wedge this time around.
Chastain pulled right out to the outside lane to hold back both Kyle Busch and William Byron.
Saw it with Larson, saw the 10-second stop, the 9 seconds. Byron had a good stop up one. Busch held steady there.
So Chastain wins the race off pit road. Busch second. Byron gained a spot, swapped with Kyle Larson. They'll be the top 4 more than likely in the first 2 rows on the upcoming restart, which will be with less than 80 laps to go in the Goodyear 400 today at Darlington. Everybody will still have to pit one more time yet before the end of the race, and maybe more depending on how the cautions lay out the rest of the way. Stenhouse did end up going a lap down, by the way. I was thinking they were going to be able to get that car back out there, but by the time they might have had to pull the fenders out and maybe took a little extra time trying to jack up the left side of the car. Unfortunately, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has now fallen a lap down in the 23rd place position. Free pass, virtue of that last caution, was given to Justin Haley for the Colleague Racing number 31 team, so Haley back on the lead lap. And now it's saying Stenhouse is on the lead lap still on our leaderboard. It had him a lap down there briefly. I think he's back on the lead lap. So he never actually went a lap down. Apologize on that. "23 cars will be on the lead lap for the upcoming restart then. Be sure to hit the like button and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you guys have not already. Live commentary streams every weekend for the NASCAR Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series. The Xfinity Series will be off next weekend as NASCAR heads to North Wilkesboro. The Truck Series will be racing Saturday night, and the Cup Series All-Star Race will be on Sunday. Heat races for the All-Star Race for the Cup Series will actually be on Saturday before the Truck Race. We'll have live commentary for both the heat races for the Cup Series, followed by the Truck Race on Saturday night. And then next week on Sunday, the Open will be a separate live commentary stream compared to the actual All-Star Race itself. So we'll go live for the Open when that starts between 5 and 6 o'clock next Sunday. And then the All-Star Race itself, we will go live at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time when that starts. On the road to 5,000 subs on the channel, so be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. More than 60% of viewers on the channel over the last 28 days are not subscribed, so definitely do so. And hit the like button if you haven't done so on the stream as well. Our goal today was 150 likes on the stream. We are at 117 as we speak with 79 laps to go. So we're getting closer, but we're not quite there yet. And let's see if we can get there before the end. They are getting to the choose rule this time, so 1 lap to go. Chastain will be on the outside of row 1 of the restart. Busch will be underneath him. Larson on the inside of row 2, Byron on the outside, followed by Bell on the inside of row 3, Brad Keselowski up high. Row 4 will be Martin Truex Jr. and Kevin Harvick, Ryan Blaney, Chase Elliott in row 5. Gobbler, thanks for tuning in also. Yeah, Chastain forced Larson to have to lift. He wasn't lifting any extra that first lap after the restart. The second lap he had to, or he felt he was maybe going to get up into the wall. And that's how Chastain was able to take the lead away from Larson on the inside. Kyle Busch knows he's probably going to have to do that if he's going to take the lead on the bottom away from Chastain. Got to be willing to do it. And you could probably say that Busch probably owes Chastain one after last week at Kansas. They had to run in, remember, middle of the race. I can tell you Kyle Busch didn't forget. Chastain's car definitely still running strong after the contact with the wall while battling Truex on the final lap of Stage 2 when he got squeezed by the 19. Looking to keep that speed continuing onto this green flag run. Green flag is back in the air. Chastain gets a good launch, trying to clear the 8 and contact. A late block getting into the first turn, jacks up the inside. Chastain is out in front. Kyle Busch had to slow up as a cause of the contact. Byron to third, and Larson settles in fourth. That could have been a lot worse than what it was. They bottlenecked up big time after the contact. And I don't think Busch appreciated that either. He already probably owed him one. Now he owes him 2. Now he really owes him one. Chastain better run and hide. Keselowski going for 5th underneath Christopher Bell. He got underneath him off turn 4. He'll stay side by side through 1 and 2. Door to door. Bell got to get a good run off the exit of the corner, but Brad holds tightly on the bottom. So we're down to 77 laps left in the race.
So did Chase Elliott. They closed right up. But here in the middle of 3 and 4, they are still going at it for 5th place.
Now you got Blaney and Truex running too deep.
Have to get this sorted out. They did right there. I was going to say 2 cars side by side is going to enable whoever's behind them to capitalize. That was Harvick, and he was coming.
Yeah, Truex looks tight. Yeah, looks like his car is not, especially in traffic.
Logano on the move.
I think it was a combination. It was kind of trending that way anyway. Got into trouble, got into chassis at the end of that. Man, that was so close to Chase Elliott, the back of Logano.
He used up his front bumper there.
Oh, Chase gets tacked up in 2, and Ryan Blaney's right on him. So is Truex. Truex to the inside.
8 in the wall. Kyle Busch has hit the wall off of 2. Running second.
Here's a look.
Right there. Button off of 2 is right in the middle of the corner, Bill.
Wow.
So overcooked the corner loose a little bit. Slid up, got into it.
It's still Darlington.
Busch falls to 4th after this.
Here's the 1 and the 5.
This is one tough racetrack, though.
Turn 3 car in the wall. They had a bit of bumping and scraping, and Ty Gibbs got the worst of it.
He'd already been in the wall. It's part of that carnage when Eric Jones spun around.
He had contact from someone, couldn't see who, but got him against the fence, and then you keep going. That happens so frequently here, Bill. You get that Darlington stripe, whether it's from contact or not. How do you feel about rolling off into the next corner at full speed?
You got to do what you got to do. But I will say with a new car in this body, it does make it easier to get in the wall. Where 2 years ago, the older car, you pretty much kind of tired of it.
Well, I think you're seeing it right there. Kyle Busch is coming right back to the bumper of the 5, trying to make a move on him. Yes, 2 years ago, to your point, Bill Elliott, that car would have been out. It would have been on pit road, fix the defenders, because it is going to cut a tire down. Still diving into the corner very hard. Into turn 3. Hard to pass out here today.
Yeah, and it's just going to get worse as the day goes on.
Now, Denny Hamlin back at 20th place. He just went past Justin Haley, who was the free pass car on that last caution. And it took him 3 or 4 laps to get there and complete the pass. Haley trying to come back, but nothing there. So Hamlin back into the top 20.
Yeah, when he earlier in the race had fluid on the racetrack, he slid up and got into the wall pretty good in the 3 and 4. I can't help but to think, Bill, that hurt that car. This is a favorite driver at Darlington racetrack. Anytime you're talking about managing tires, you think Denny Hamlin. He's in that conversation and just not in the cards today.
Yeah, Denny's been very masterful here. He's done a great job. And yeah, I would agree with you 100%, Clint. I think that really hurt his car.
All right, let's look at today's Guaranteed Fit at Darlington, sponsored by eBay Motors. Larry?
Well, Mike, it has to do with Cup champions and NASCAR Hall of Famers at Darlington Raceway. 23 of our 35 Cup Series champions has won a race at Darlington with our combined 77 wins, including no Bill there. 23 NASCAR Hall of Fame drivers have won at Darlington, and that doesn't count the crew chiefs, engine builders, and owners that are Hall of Famers. And actually 5 of our 7 active champions has a win at Darlington, not Kyle Larson or Chase Elliott, but all 7 are running inside the top 10. All this could be the eBay guaranteed fit to see another Cup Series champion pulling the victory lane today.
There have been surprises here, but certainly this is a track that favors veterans and especially champions. So Kyle Busch now finds himself in 4th place after getting into the wall in the middle of turn number 2. Here's what he had to say about that.
First quarter, I was loose. Shattered the rear tire. From there on out, it's been plowing tight. What the? That's hard. No worries. A long way to go. Take care of it for a long run.
Plowing.
Well, it was loose.
He got a little graphical there.
Yes.
You know, I'm kind of glad I'm up here looking at it from this advantage, this vantage point.
Larry, how long before we're looking at green flag pit stops, do you think?
Yeah, Mike, with going back to racing with 78 laps to go, I think this turns this into a one-stop strategy now. We go back racing at lap 215, again, 78 laps to go. I'm going to say somewhere around lap 250, we're going to start seeing them hit pit road. A little before, splitting it absolutely in half.
Okay. Jamie, how about an update on the younger of the Elliots in today's race?
Yes, Chase Elliott's had his work cut out for him all weekend long. Started 21st, up to 9th. And I talked to his crew chief, Alan Gustafson, and he said it's been interesting. The tire that Goodyear has brought here, this right side, we've run at 3 previous races, including last week in Kansas. And Alan said it has changed how Chase has to drive this track. It's changed how they have to set up this race car. So it's taking a little longer to hit his stride to get there at the end. I just thought that was interesting how sensitive these drivers can be to a change in a tire.
Thanks, Jamie. There's a look at the Bill Elliott scheme on the Evernham Dodge. There's a little arrow sticking out at the top right of the 9. That's the E for Evernham in that one. And of course, shirts to match.
Shirts to match.
Yep.
Those are some good years, weren't they, Bill? Man, those cars were so fast.
Ray did an awesome job. I mean, that was so much fun driving with him those 3 years. I mean, I was about at the end of my career, early 40s. Where was I going to go? And Ray comes to me and asks me, and I'll never forget. He said, he comes up, says word about somebody he wants to talk to him. So I go over to the truck. He comes right there and he tells me, I want you to come drive a race car. And I think I fell over on the floor because I said, me, my age, there's a lot of younger guys. And he said no, and I'm glad I did. I'm glad I went and did it. I had 3 great years with him and enjoyed every minute of it.
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me of Mark Martin, right? When towards the end of his career, matched up with Rick Hendrick in that 5 car and lit it up. And what a match you had in that 9. I remember that was when I was coming into this sport, and you were lights out fast every week.
62 laps to go in the South Carolina County. The Bruce Springsteen thing.
Didn't want to get copyrighted for Bruce Springsteen playing in the background. Ace Elshire, thanks for tuning into the stream. Brian Zantop, also welcome in here over recent laps. BP Stillat. Got about 250 people watching as of right now on this race coverage live on KRC. Our goal is 150 likes. We're at 133, so be sure to hit that like button if you haven't already. Get to our goal. We're down to 61 laps to go in today's race. Ross Chastain has a 7/10 of a second lead over William Byron still, who is in second place. Kyle Larson sitting in third as of right now. Kyle Busch is fourth. Christopher Bell in fifth. Brad Keselowski sixth. Kevin Harvick seventh. Joey Logano eighth. Chase Elliott ninth. Martin Truex Jr. is 10th. Ryan Blaney in 11th. Bubba Wallace 12th. Tyler Reddick is 13th. Harrison Burton 14th. Ryan Preece in 15th. 16th is Eric Almirola. Chris Buescher 17th. Denny Hamlin 18th. Ty Gibbs 19th. And Justin Haley is 20th. 21st in the last car on the lead lap is Todd Gilliland. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. first car lap down in 22nd. Chase Briscoe in 23rd. 24th is AJ Allmendinger. And 25th is Austin Cindric. Corey LaJoie 27th. Josh Berry 28th. Noah Gragson 29th. And Ryan Newman is 30th. Ty Dillon at 31st. BJ McLeod 32nd. And then everybody from 34th on back, or 33rd rather, on back out of the race today. Michael McDowell will finish 33rd. Daniel Suarez 34th. Austin Dillon 35th. And Brennan Poole, DNF'd very early in this race, pulled off the track during green flag conditions in stage number 1. I think he might have been the driver that left fluid on the track, and I think that's why they pulled off. Not confirming that, but that was about the time he pulled off, so that would make sense. Poole will end up with the last place finish today. Just over 2.5 hours into the Goodyear 400 today at Darlington, as we are just shy of 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on the East Coast. Be sure to hit the subscribe button as well if you haven't done so already. On the road to 5,000 subs, we'll take you to the coverage, the finish of this race, and then following that, any post-race interviews we get on the Fox broadcast, you guys will get to listen in as well at the start of our post-race show. Byron, during the commercial break, has ran down Ross Chastain just a little bit more, as he is about a half a second off the race lead. Larson has also trimmed the gap down to about a second off of the race lead, and Busch battling tight conditions with this race car after the incident that had taken place where he got into the wall early into this green flag run while running in second behind the one car. Has now gone from a loose car to a tight car. He might have had the fastest car in the field up until that hit, and now the handling has changed, but he still settles in the 4th place position and is fighting on. The gap between the 24 and the 5 is also shrinking, because now Larson's all of a sudden within about 3 car lengths behind Byron as they work their way off turn 4 with 56 laps to go upcoming. Quick update on the pre-race prediction picks real quick and where they are running. The must-have picks of Kyle Larson and William Byron, 2nd and 3rd. Larson was my pick to win the race today as well. And then Denny Hamlin, currently in 18th place, hit the wall very early, has been pretty off the pace compared to Hamlin at Darlington. You would think he would run ever since. He was in the top 10, but back in 17th now. He's just past Chris Buescher. But top break for Denny Hamlin. So 2 for 3 on there for right now. Sleeper picks going into the race today. Tyler Reddick has fallen outside the top 10 in the final stage. He's back to 13th place. Stenhouse had that flat left tire early in the stage while running top 10 all day. He's now back in 22nd. Still waiting for a caution to get the free pass, as he is in that spot for right now. And then also, other sleeper pick would have been, having a brain fart here real quick. Hang on for a second. Gosh, who else was it? I have to look it up. You guys are probably going to remind me in the chat before I can remember. Stenhouse, Reddick. Yeah, I got to look it up. I was trying to refrain myself from looking it up. Eric Jones, that's right. And Jones was caught up in that big wreck when his right rear tire started to come off. As a result, he is 3 laps down at 26th right now. So Jones was the other sleeper. 1 for 2 on those picks as of... Actually, 0 for 3 on those picks as they run. The don't have picks I predicted not to get top 10 finishes today. Ryan Blaney, one of them. He is in 11th. Chase Elliott, who is in 9th, right around there. And Chastain, believe it or not, who is out in front of the field as of right now. Christopher Bell has caught Kyle Busch on the racetrack and has just passed him for 4th place. Bell, the highest running Toyota in the field, and in fact he is the only Toyota in the top 9, despite the fact Truex won stage 1 in the race today. He fell back after his spin at the end of stage 2. Bell only 2.5 seconds off the lead. We'll see if he's got anything for the top 3. Lap traffic of drivers that have damage from that wreck earlier, as well as drivers that are just already a lap down or being caught. Last car, the lead lap of Ty Gibbs is 18 seconds off the lead, so he's still about a third of a lap ahead of the leaders yet. It's going to be a while before they catch him. Byron had a good run off turn 4, and he was able to break away from Larson a bit and also slowly catch up to the 1 of Ross Chastain. Christopher Bell, quickest car on the track that last lap, dropped to 31.302. He's 2.1 seconds off the lead at 4th place, so pretty tight gap really separating the top 4. Ever since the end of stage 1, where Truex pretty much dominated the first stage, the margin of gap between most of the drivers in the top 4 or 5 positions through the race has been within a couple seconds of each other, and they have not separated. It's been a close battle, a little cat and mouse game, and as we get into the later going of the race, it'll be interesting to see if we see just as dramatic of a finish as what we saw in yesterday's Xfinity race. Byron bobbled a little bit too much on the outside lane in 1 and 2. Kyle Larson able to close back in again. Despite the bobble, he didn't lose much ground on the 1 of Chastain. Larson dives to the bottom of the track through 3 and 4. He'll catch a little clean air on the nose as he tries to stay alongside his Hendrick teammate off of turn 4. Not going to be able to get to his back bumper quite yet. And he better move on because I think he sees the 20 of Christopher Bell closing the gap. Bell's still the fastest car on the track at 4th. He's cut the lead down to about 1.5 seconds. Larson a lane off the top lane in the middle of 1 and 2. Didn't really diamond the corner off too much that time. Yesterday in the Xfinity Series race, he was running a much different line than a lot of the other drivers that would diamond the corner off. He would start a lot lower into the corner than a lot of other drivers, and he was able to pick up the speed a lot sooner even with that. Using it to his advantage, drove from 30th on the second to last restart up to 1st and winning that race with the last lap pass on John Hunter Nemechek. Joey Logano on pit road as we start green flag pit stops in the final stage.
Ball contact with the right rear, they're going to check that for him while they get the 4 tires.
Now Logano had just made it up into the top 15 after being like a 20 to 22nd place car much of the day. Here we go for the lead.
Byron looking low as he caught Chastain, who may have had a hiccup in 1 and 2. Larson nearly had 1 and 3 and 4 as he got up into the outside wall just a bit. Didn't scrub too much speed off of his race car. And the top 3 are within 0.3 seconds of each other as we are approaching green flag stops. Kyle Larson to the bottom of the track, trying to overtake his teammate William Byron. Byron comes down to side drive the 5, doesn't work. Larson to P2. Who will be the first to pit? Bell now within about 1 second of the lead. Larson going to pit. Bell's going to try to pit at the same time. He sees the 5 coming in. Both drivers are going to make it to pit road. Hopefully they did not speed. Bell about got into the back of the 5 car of Kyle Larson. It was a late decision to pit by the 20 of Bell once he saw the 5 hitting pit road. And by pitting now, these guys will more than likely cycle out ahead of Byron and Chastain as long as there's no penalties and no hiccups on their stop.
Carried out for a little while longer, and the 8 car of Kyle Busch, his race car, you heard say it was just plowing. Jamie?
All right, Keselowski making his way into the pit box. Been really good. A really good day for him. Was building free earlier in the run, adjusting for him. You see Christopher Bell on the right side. Christopher really happy with that 20 car.
Regan, William Byron.
Boy, O'Brien, another one of those race cars, and it's just too tight right now. It started to run tight, stayed tight the whole time for William. Jamie?
Ross Chastain, remember, his pit crew has been on it. His crew chief told me he loves pitting because these guys get it done. I don't want to jinx him saying that, but they've been good. He was too loose. They're going to tighten him up just a bit. A 4-tire stop here for Chastain.
Well, they're off. They're off that pit road. Keep an eye on this 5. You look at the track map on the top of your screen. He's coming off of 4. Gonna get him. Gonna get him easy.
Kyle Larson did beat Christopher Bell off of pit road, and Larson will beat Chastain out of the pits as well. Bell will cycle into eventually second place behind the 5. They pitted 1 lap before the 1 and the 24, and that was enough to get them to the lead. Chase Elliott from second now is going to hit pit road a couple laps after the rest of the leaders. Ty Gibbs, Martin Truex Jr. are now on their way in. The only cars that will still have to hit pit road after them will be current race leader Kevin Harvick, Ryan Blaney, Bubba Wallace, and Denny Hamlin before Larson can overtake the race lead again. Kyle Busch, slightly slower stop on pit road. He comes out currently in 9th, but he would be, I guess, in 5th place still, just where he was. But now Joey Logano, after being the first car to pit road, has leapfrogged himself in line just behind Busch.
So Kyle Larson was 3rd, 0.3 second difference, and pitting 1 lap apart as Chase Elliott completes his stop. And but for the first 4 cars, Harvick, Blaney, Wallace, and Hamlin, we have cycled through.
Larson is actually the first car lapped down in the 5th place position right now, with Kevin Harvick currently the race leader, so only 4 cars are on the lead lap as a result, and Harvick is actually on his way to pit road as we run. He was in the top 10 before that.
Kevin Harvick has been pretty good. The problem with Kevin Harvick's car is it takes 20 laps till it gets good for him. Otherwise, he doesn't want any changes.
Ryan Blaney will now take over the race lead. Second time he has led during green flag stops. He did the same thing back in stage 2. Hand out the window in the 12. He'll be coming to pit road this time. I'd imagine Bubba Wallace behind him will also pit. That was the strategy back in stage 2. And no, Bubba Wallace will actually stay out at least one more lap, hoping to catch a caution. Denny Hamlin, his team owner as well, will cycle to second. So just the 23 and the 11 still have to hit pit road.
Come the race leader briefly.
Tail end of who hadn't cycled, but hey, got to give luck a chance to operate here, and that's exactly what Bubba Wallace and company is doing.
So Wallace and Hamlin are the only two on the lead lap who have yet to make this stop. So Larry,
here he comes.
Bubba Wallace now on his way to pit road. Denny Hamlin 5 seconds behind him, maybe coming in this time. Hamlin's about 18 seconds in total ahead of Kyle Larson still. Hamlin does not pit. He'll stay out one more lap. This will be the first lap Hamlin will lead during green flag pit stops. Christopher Bell's creeping closer to Kyle Larson. 39 laps to go. Who will manage their tires better to the end of the race?
So it looks like one of the drivers who did not fare well on this round of green flag stops is William Byron. He was second when it started. He is now 9th after pit stops. 11.5 second stop for Byron was a large part of the difference.
So Byron lost some time on pit road, pitting the same time as Chastain. Kyle Busch leapfrogged ahead of the 24 as well as Logano and Keselowski. So Byron's got his work cut out for him here to the end of this race. Denny Hamlin still on the racetrack again. Chastain has caught the 20 of Christopher Bell as they battle for second place on the track. The 43 of Eric Jones, who is a lap down, a couple laps down at that, got in the way of Chastain off the exit of the corner on the high side, and he ended up losing a little bit of the ground he had gained on Bell prior to that. Now, what Larson needs is for the 1 and the 20 to try to battle it out for second, abuse their tires, and Larson may have a chance to get away and save his tires at the same time. They weren't side by side, though, for very long, and Chastain's got some running down to do. Bell running more of the middle to lower lane through 3 and 4. Chastain and Busch behind them up towards the outside. Larson's got about a full second gap built up now over Bell. Bell was starting to close in on him until Chastain got into the mix and tried to battle for position. 11.2 seconds ahead is Hamlin. He will not pit this time off of turn 4, really stretching those tires out as far as he can during this course of the run. Hamlin just hoping for a caution to get back any sort of track position he can in this race. It's the first he has led all day, really the first time he's been in the top 5 the whole race. And hasn't been in the top 10 since hitting the wall all the way back at lap 38. He's going to cycle pretty far back in the field with how long he is staying out. Still 9 seconds ahead of Larson. He's hoping for a caution. Chastain and Bell trying to close the gap back on Larson. They're still about a second behind him. Chastain has caught back up to Bell again, though. He's within about 0.2 of a second behind him as they battle for position. 35 laps remaining, coming up on 34 this time by. Chastain with a nice run off turn 2. Dives it in way later than Bell on his entry to 3 and 4. It's going to allow Bell to pick the throttle up a lot sooner, although Chastain off the exit of turn 4 doesn't allow Bell to really pull him by much. That was a great corner by Chastain as he continues to put pressure on Christopher Bell. Bell's not won on an asphalt oval this year. His only win came at Dirt Bristol, but this is a track that definitely would suit his driving style, much like the driver he's trying to catch in front of him of Kyle Larson. The last lap, Larson was... I was looking at Hamlin's lap time, I'm like, man, Larson fell off that last lap. Larson was about a 10th quicker than Bell. And with Chastain struggling to pass the 20 car right now, they're running similar lap times. It'll be interesting if Chastain has anything for Larson. If he can get by the 20, the longer Chastain takes to pass Bell, the more of a chance that Kyle Busch in the 8 car is going to close in and make it a 3-car battle for second at this point in the race.
Corner and get the car rotated early as possible, because that's when you can apply the throttle and get off the corner and make your speed, keep your momentum. Usually when you drive the car too hard getting into the corner, you just wait longer for the car to rotate.
So here's Denny Hamlin coming to the line. I'm sure to get back to Kyle Larson.
Yeah, they're going to need a caution very, very quickly.
So when Hamlin pits, it will likely, he won't just use the lead, he's likely going to lose the lead lap when he makes this stop.
Well, again, it goes back to what Larry told us. Got a win in your pocket. I mean, it was go for it. We're going to push all the cars in right here, see what happens. We were already a 17th place car. Can we make it a winning car?
I don't think so.
Larson still gapping Bell.
So Larson's going to be your leader when Hamlin pits. Bell,
Can he conserve his tires?
Have gotten pretty close here. Kyle Larson's a 3-time runner-up here in the Cup Series. Won yesterday in Xfinity, has yet to score a Cup win at Darlington.
Hamlin has just pitted. Larson to the lead.
Hamlin. He will surrender the lead. Will likely fall from the lead lap during this stop. We'll check it out when we come back, but you're not going to miss a thing.
30 laps to go. I'm sure Fox taking their final commercial break of the day. We'll keep our live commentary coverage going. Following green flag pit stops, here's the increments between positions 1 and 10. Kyle Larson leads by 1.8 seconds over Christopher Bell in the late going of the race, still slightly faster than the 20. And Ross Chastain is in third, 1.9 seconds off the race lead. Kyle Busch is in fourth, 2.4 back. Joey Logano in fifth place. Good run for him. Great recovery. He's 5.5 seconds off the lead. Brad Keselowski in sixth is 5.9 seconds back. William Byron, after a slow green flag pit stop, has fallen back to seventh place. He's 6.8 seconds off the lead. He was in third and actually was just getting passed by Larson for second right as the stop started. He was about a half a second off the lead, and now instead he is 6.8 back. Tyler Reddick's in 8th place, 8.6 seconds off the lead. Mark Truex Jr. in 9th after a spin at the end of Stage 2. And winning Stage 1, he is 10.3 seconds off of Kyle Larson, and 11.3 seconds back is Chase Elliott behind his teammate in 10th. Bell picked up a little bit that last lap, but still not quite as quick as Larson. He's 1.8 seconds off the lead. But by not running as quick as Larson now, will that allow him to be able to run better over the course of the long run? Today, the Chevys have been the long run cars, but over the intermediate tracks this season, and really even the short tracks for that matter, it has been the Joe Gibbs Toyotas that have had better long run speed and better tire management than the Chevys, especially those at Hendrick Motorsports. We've seen Larson lose races in this position in the past, and we'll see if he can hang on to potentially win this one here today. He lost last week at Kansas to Denny Hamlin, who conserved his tires better than Larson. Will Larson make the same mistake 2 Sundays in a row, or is he going to keep the 20 in his rear view and not allow him to pressure him late? We're down to 25 more laps in this race, and I would probably imagine that Larson is not going to make the same mistake 2 weeks in a row, but at the same time, like I mentioned, we've seen this before. Races I could think of in the similar situation Larson has lost. He lost to Blaney at Atlanta back in 2021, I believe it was. He lost to Alex Bowman at Chicagoland in 2019. He didn't conserve his tires well enough at the end of the race. He was on the receiving end of the Kyle and Kyle show at Chicagoland in 2018, so he was trying to run down Busch, so I'm not going to put Larson at much at fault there on that one, but we have seen him in this situation before, and there's probably been other times off the top of my head that I can't really think of. That 5 team has had probably more speed on a weekly basis than any other car this season, but only 2 wins to show for it. Trying to get their 3rd here today, and it'll be the 5th win for Hendrick Motorsports this season through the first 13 races. If he can do so, and even with the points penalty that they had to the 5 team earlier this season, is there a chance he can still climb into the regular season points lead? A win today would go a long ways into helping him, and maybe vault him up those regular season standings a bit more. He was 8th in the standings overall coming into this race this afternoon. Yeah, so 3rd to 1st, green flag pit stops for Larson. 2nd to 7th for Byron. Logano was in 8th before the stops. He was the very first car to pit road. That's why he jumped up to 5th. Keselowski and Logano are battling for 5th place on the track to be the highest running Ford. They're the only 2 Fords in the top 10. Kevin Harvick ran a little long on that last run. He was right around Logano. I think he was around like 7th. Leading into those pit stops, but staying out as long as he did. He has fallen back to 11th, and Denny Hamlin's a lap down after running about 17th before his pit stop. He stayed out longer. He is not even the first car lap down. Ty Gibbs in 20th would actually be the first car 1 lap down right now. Two seconds off the lead is Bell from Larson. Chastain's lost a little bit of ground to Bell the last couple laps, but Bell's still not able to keep up with the 5 quite yet to this point in the run. Maybe still trying to conserve his tires. By the way, fastest lap of the day for Kyle Larson was a 29.841. It was ran on lap 217, which would have been one of the first laps of the stage. I think it was after the first pit stop of the stage during the caution for Stenhouse blowing a tire, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was the restart to that yellow when he was battling Chastain for the lead where he ran his fastest lap. Bell's fastest lap was back on lap 40, which was in stage 2 at the start of that stage. And then, or it was actually after the green flag pit stops in stage 2. Chastain, Busch, Logano all ran their fastest laps around the same time as Larson, which was on the most recent restart in stage 3. And then William Byron, who's in 7th, his fastest lap was still all the way back on lap 2. Same goes for Truex in the top 10, back on lap 3. Larson 2.5 seconds now ahead of Bell. As he set and sailed too early, does Bell have anything for him, or will Larson just continue to pull away to the end? Because he is definitely the fastest car on track right now, but we see about a second of fall off every 10 laps, so we're going to see at least a couple more seconds of fall off before the end of this race. 1.3 seconds of fall off into this run already, and they pitted with just less than 40 to go. Larson's just got to make sure he doesn't overdrive the car, make a mistake which forces somebody to close in on him. I mean, that was the main reason why Hamlin had a good shot. Sure, Larson's tires were burning out, and Hamlin could serve them better at the end of that Kansas race. But you just got to hold that steering wheel as steady as possible. The more you fight it, the more you're going to burn the tires off the car. Especially if you're fighting at the right, you're going to burn the rear tires off the car. And you're only going to get looser and looser and looser. Caution is out. Ryan Newman has spun. He has backed it into the outside wall, I believe off of turn 2. Actually off of turn 4. He's on the front stretch parked right now. Caution flag is out with 18 laps to go at Darlington. Ryan Newman spinning. He was a couple laps down, running in the 30th place position. Ty Gibbs will get the free pass, so Denny Hamlin's still going to get stuck a lap down. And we will have pit stops coming up here. Somebody got ran into. I think A.J. Allmendinger got ran into from behind, checking up behind Newman by the 2 of Austin Cindric. We have not seen our last pit stops yet today, but these upcoming pit stops will more than likely be the last ones. As we're going to have a restart with less than 15 laps to go, everybody will be coming into pits. We've seen 1.3 seconds of fall off to this point in the run, so staying out is just not going to work. Everybody's got multiple sets of tires left, so this should bring the whole field in. Or at least all 19 of them that are on the lead lap should be on their way in. And pit road is open this time.
They come, guys.
All right, lead lap cars. 19 of them. Here they come. Regan.
Kyle Busch's car is too tight turning into turn 1 right now. When he gets to the wall, he's good. He likes it through turns 2. Turns 3 and 4, though, that car is snug as well. And the 5 of Kyle Larson said the balance is good. It went just a little bit free at the end, but he likes it. Jamie?
7th stop of the day, the 20. Christopher Bell just needs a little bit more front turn there. The 1 of Ross Chastain in as well. They're going to free him up for this last run, for this shootout, they told him, before tire stop.
We saw the 8 had to back up, but I see the 5. There's a race, 5 and the 20. Larson's ahead of him, it looks like. You're going to see the race off just a little bit.
Kyle Larson wins the race off pit road. Christopher Bell second, followed by Chastain. Logano up 1. Kyle Busch, slow stop on the A team. He has fallen outside the top 10. Truex up 4, Chase Elliott up 4. That 9 team's gained quite a few spots on pit road today, I've noticed. They've done a great job. Byron lost 2 more spots but Kyle Busch nowhere to be found. A slow stop on the 8. He was in 4th place, and now he's going to be outside the top 10. Not sure exactly how many laps left we're going to have. Probably 13 or 14 left on the restart once they get the debris cleaned up from the Ryan Newman spin. Yeah, definitely not getting the one-to-go signal this time. Still blowing the debris down to the bottom of the track. Following the Ryan Newman spin. So the Open will start at 5 p.m. next week. I'm just seeing the start time. So again, next Sunday, live commentary for the North Wilkesboro NASCAR Cup Series All-Star Race. We will go live for the Open at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next Sunday. The actual All-Star Race itself, the main event, 250 laps, will start at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will stream at 5. That stream will probably get done between 6 and 6:30, and then that stream will end after the Open races are done, and then we will come back at 8 p.m. later that night for another live stream for the actual main event. So, again, 5 p.m. for the Open, and then the All-Star Race on Sunday at North Wilkesboro at 8 p.m. We will go live for both. Both races are on Fox Sports 1, so if you're unable to watch that race from home, you'll definitely want to tune in and listen to the live commentary for it. Should be a fun one. Can't wait. Never would have thought NASCAR was ever going back to North Wilkesboro, and they'll be back in action next week. Truck Series race will be on Saturday night as well. That will start at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the channel. So 8 p.m. Saturday night for the truck race. And heat races for the NASCAR Cup Series will begin on Saturday evening. Bell coming back onto pit road on scheduled stop.
They think they have a loose lug nut.
Loose lug nut on the 20.
With you again? Exactly what we just saw.
Now where do you go?
Yeah, that 9-8 stop was just a little too quick they just had.
If I'm the 5, I'm going to return that favor. I'm going to put him on the outside and give him a little taste of his own medicine. That's what I was going to do.
So now the first 5 are Larson, Chastain, Logano, Truex, and Chase Elliott.
Logano.
There it is. How about Logano? What a turnaround. 2 weeks in a row. Taking advantage of those cautions, putting them to good use.
That's a good point by Clint Boyer. 2 weeks in a row, Joey Logano was around 20th in the first half of the race on speed. That car came alive. Final stage, he was running about 8th, and then they short pitted and got up to 5th. Bell just had this issue, so he gained another spot as well as the spot he already gained on pit road. And so Kyle Larson has taken the inside lane for the front row in the restart. Chastain on the outside. Last time we were in this position, Chastain had forced Larson into lifting, which caused the 5 to lose a few spots. Not just the lead, he fell back to 4th. Finally got the lead back following green flag pit stops, and now he's in a position. He takes the bottom. He doesn't want the top again. Now it's been a little harder to get the launch on the bottom lane. He will be the control car, so it may help him a bit more, but that is the risk with taking the inside. Row 2 on the restart will be Martin Truex Jr. on the bottom, and then Joey Logano on the outside. Then row 3 will be Tyler Reddick and Chase Elliott. 13 laps to go upcoming. Will this be the final restart of the race today? And are we setting up for another classic Darlington finish 2 days in a row? Larson leads him through the Geico restart zone. Green flag back in the air. Larson didn't get through the gears very well. He's side by side as he makes contact with Chastain as they work their way into turn 1. Rubbing fenders, a lot of smoke was made. That was Larson's only chance to try to stay low. Truex wrecks in the back. There's a huge wreck in 1 and 2. The 19's around and takes out about a half a dozen cars again. Tyler Reddick is in it. Almirola's in it. Joey Logano's great recovery run's going to be done. He's got heavy damage. And the caution flag is out. I don't know what happened there. They were side by side for 3rd. But Martin Truex Jr. got turned up across, I think, Logano. And I don't know who made the contact that initiated that. I don't know if the 19 overdrove it again or... So Truex was on the bottom. He slid up into Logano and into the wall. That was on Truex again. He just overdrove it. and everybody behind them on the outside especially had nowhere to go. Elliott got boxed into the wreck. So did Harvick. Blaney compacted the back of the 4 car pretty hard. He might have some severe damage. Busch just missed it to the inside. Truex overdrove the entry to turn 1 on the restart, slid up into Logano, and he hit him while his front bumper is far enough ahead of the 22 that he kind of pit maneuvered the 22 up into the wall. And we'll have another restart upcoming. Reddick's got quite a bit of damage off of that. He was an innocent bystander. He was on the inside of row 3 on the bottom. He was following the 22 and nowhere to go. This gets William Byron back at it. He missed the wreck and jumped 4 spots on the restart from 7th. Actually, he was 9th on the restart. Byron was 9th. Gets to 3rd. Bubba Wallace missed it as well. He's back in it. Remember, he had a fast car at the beginning of the race. Lost track position when his picture had a slow pit stop back at stage 1. And he was kind of just mired back outside the top 10. I think he got as high as about 12th. And then he missed the wreck, so he'll be 4th. And still waiting on the rest of the running order behind them to sort itself out. Waiting to see. I think Ross Chastain was the leader when the caution flag came out, depending on, of course, the last scoring loop that they were going through at the time of the caution. I believe Ross Chastain will be the leader, and then Larson will be second. Larson just didn't take off well, and then he leaned on the 1 before getting into the first turn. That was his only chance really to stay alongside of him. He squeezed him up into the outside wall, but it was a little too late. And then after the caution was out, Chastain ran into the back of the 5.
Now we're going to listen in to Chastain.
Can you get the wall a little bit? Oh, yeah. He drove us right in it. Oh, good. Wheels still in the right spot. He didn't have to hit us harder than that. You're the leader. Scuffed up some, but...
Just scuffed up some. Now, scoring has Chastain as the leader, and remember, it's not the moment of caution except to decide the end of the race. You go back to the last scoring loop that they crossed, and that's where NASCAR measures who was ahead at that time, and that's simply to prevent drivers, once the light's coming out, to try to gain an extra spot or 2 before they set the lineup.
But Ross was ahead of him even up till right about the point the caution came out.
Chastain, how about that? Unbelievable. Man,
now which side do you choose?
I don't want to be on the outside. Now that I've repaid the favor, I want that back.
8 cars involved in this pileup. Truex slides up to Logano. And around. Larry said Martin's steering wheel was full left lock as far as it would go. Couldn't get away. And what did Kyle Larson have to say about all this?
For what it's worth, NASCAR didn't call it, but he was to the gas before you. You did not initiate that restart. That's why for the situation you're in now. Oh, I know.
Well, you called that, Bill. I put it on.
Were they almost at the end of the restart zone, though? Because then it's free for all.
Yes, if nobody goes by the end of the restart zone, the flagman restarts the race. But Cliff Daniels saying that Chastain was on the gas before Kyle Larson.
That's what I love about racing. There's 2 sides to every story. Depends on who's your guy, right?
All right, let's show you the timing line. That's the last timing line crossed before the caution using our ghost car animation.
Yeah, early in it, I mean, he didn't get to his, that's about where he actually got into him to put him in the wall, right in the middle of the corner, kind of getting in. He was clearly behind him at that point.
So what is Ross Chastain thinking?
Inside turn 1.
But if the 24 goes with the 5 and the 9 decides not to push, not going to be helpful. The question is the 5 going to, are we even? Or does you want to drive me in the fence again. I think the 5 is the same thing if he's on the bottom.
The help behind him. Look at the help behind him. The help behind him, all three, that is Hendrick cars behind him.
Chastain,
it's William Byron or Chase Elliott. Pick your poison. Which one you want to
Hendrick,
push
Chevy, Hendrick, Chevy, Hendrick, Chevy. Ross Chastain, the leader. I don't think it matters who lines up where. He doesn't have any friends.
I'm not giving him
Chase
the
has got some
inside.
damage, so, I mean, I don't know if he's going to be 100% here.
It's all the push down the front straightaway, though, in my opinion. You need to be in position.
So it doesn't matter what happens when you get to the corner, just push the other straight.
I need to have her sorted out before I get there, Bill. And if I don't have a good help behind you, and he does, it ain't going to matter anyway.
It might a little bit.
We'll find out.
They're the cars involved in that crash, all with damage to some degree. I did not see anybody pull into the garage on that one, however. Yeah, Truex out of the race. He was the only car apparently eliminated in that 8-car pileup.
So, Larry Mack, how many more cautions we going to have?
I don't think we're through. How about if I just leave it at that? I don't think we're through with them.
I'd probably put my money on you.
Tyler Reddick had, I'd say, second most damage to Truex when he got turned around and hit the wall. He's able to continue, but comes to pit road for service. 22 cars on the lead lap. Tough day for Tyler Reddick.
There's a lot of these guys. I heard you mention, Chase having trouble, damage on his car, if you will. That Harvick's got a lot on his. A lot of those guys back there, quite a bit of damage on their cars here when they restart.
It's going to make it interesting, but, I mean, what do you figure? How many laps to go you figure when it starts? Handful?
Depends on if it goes green.
We're only going to have a handful left.
I'd say a handful and
another handful.
A good opportunity and another handful.
Eric Jones too fast entering pit road.
There's your damage on Chase Elliott.
He was 2 laps down. Jones, that is. Chase in 4th place. So you got Trackhouse, Hendrick, RFK with a Ford, Stewart Haas with a Ford, Penske with a Ford, Wood Brothers with a Ford, Bubba Wallace for 2311 with Toyota.
But if the one car goes to the inside, you think he's going to back off in turn 1?
At all? Maybe not. Well, we're going to get to find out.
Here he goes.
Chastain will take the bottom this time. Larson on the outside. And then Byron and Elliott will be in row 2, followed by Harvick, Keselowski, row 3. Ryan Blaney, Harrison Burton, row 4. Justin Haley, Bubba Wallace, row 5. Shout out to Harrison Burton, by the way. He's been right around 10th the whole race today. On top of missing that wreck, he's had good speed. He's probably been the 3rd fastest Ford throughout most of the day, behind the 6 and the 4. And he survived this one. Hopefully he gets a good finish because he deserves one. Great drive by the sophomore driver for Wood Brothers Racing. So Chastain's going to be on the bottom. Larson squeezed Chastain to the wall, but I think Larson probably felt that he owed Chastain one because of the Dover incident a couple of weeks ago. We'll see if Chastain is going to lean on the 5 again. Who will get the better launch into the restart zone as well coming up here? Because I'd imagine that is going to be a very, very interesting situation here between the 1 and the 5. We're going to have 5 laps to go on the restart this time by. Sorry, 6 to go, not 5. 6 laps left. Pace car is now on pit road. And it'll be the Chastain and Larson duo on the restart once again, round number 2. Well, really, round 3 if you count the restart all the way back in stage 2 as well. Green flag back in the air. Chastain better launch on the bottom than Larson had the last restart. Larson on the outside almost touches with the 1. Chastain drives it in deep. He runs the 5 into the wall. And Chastain has wrecked both Larson and himself. Caution flag is out. Chastain stuffed Larson into the wall and wrecked himself with the 5. Both cars have heavy damage. And Byron gets to the lead. There's a couple that's a Larson and a Chastain fan, by the way, as well. Oh, my goodness. That was all on Chastain. I think he tried to give the 5 payback, and he ended up wrecking himself instead. Along with Larson. 2 fast cars. Probably the fastest of stage 3. And they're now both done.
Like you knew what the play he was going to do. Got into one another. Wrecked. Wow.
It wasn't even a block. I mean, he just walled him and walled himself.
Wow. Children. Put them in the sandbox together and they can't play.
I can tell you. Look, Kevin Harvick. How about Harrison Burton? Good run for him.
Harrison
Good
Burton's in 3rd.
Justin Haley in 4th. Kevin Harvick in 2nd. You believe this?
So if Ross doesn't come up that far, trying to squeeze the 5, do they both make it through the corner?
They're both racing hard. They're both knowing exactly what each other's holding for cards, and they try to prevent it from happening, and they both wrecked. And they're both going to be extremely mad.
Just a reminder, any post-race interviews that we get, you guys will get to listen into during the post-race show. That would include the 5 and the 1. And every week, man. Every week.
William Byron. William Byron was within 2 laps of winning this race last year. Well, we'll listen first to Kyle Larson's radio.
Why did you just in the fence? How does that make any sense? What a hack. They've had 3 races now and you've taken us out of Chevrolet. Good job. Good job. 3 races and that 1 car is taking us out of.
Cliff Daniel not at all impressed.
Two aggressive race car drivers. Racing for one of the most prestigious wins there is at Darlington. Neither one of them will want it.
You know, given the kind of the situation, you know, Cal maybe should have let him go as hard he was getting in there and then trying to cross him over, but maybe that's what he was trying to do anyway. I don't know. You can always look back at tomorrow and say, well, I should have done this or that. How many times did you do that, Clint?
Yeah, a lot. That's going to be a quiet hold to bed tonight, early to bed.
Yeah, that will be a quiet drive home, won't it? All right, let's go back to last year and give you one more look at last year's finish here.
All right, William Byron gets into Joey Logano, forces him up a little bit, got him into the wall. Joey didn't like it a bit. As soon as he got to the bumper, William Byron did not waste any time retaliating. Then got out of that car instead. He did so. That's one thing I did like about Joey. He got out, owned it, said he repaid the favor, won the race.
He makes pretty much no bones about it.
That's what I do love about that. You know, we're talking about all these scenarios over the last month and a half. That blower right there, the 22 car, will get out and just say it. This is exactly what happened. Did you do it on purpose? Yep.
So Kyle Larson is still on the lead lap after repairs, but he's going to restart back in 21st.
Kevin Harvick, man, I'm telling you, that Ford Mustang, that driver is hungry.
The closer. And there he is.
Wants to win a race. One more race, he said, before he retires. Here's his opportunity to win one of the biggest ones.
Well, all we had to do is look at the replay from a minute ago.
Yeah, where's he choose? You going to go on the bottom?
No. Talking about going to turn 3.
Oh, yeah.
The 22 to 24.
Oh, you're just going to move? How about Harrison Burton? Wood Brothers. Would it be cool to see the Wood Brothers win this race?
All right, Ross Chastain out of the race and released from the care center. If you look at the top 8 here. I think you're only going to find one driver with a victory this year.
This is a checkers or record scenario.
I think it has been for about the last 10 laps.
It ain't over.
But this will be overtime. Green-white checker.
Keselowski in fourth. Long time coming.
And look at the Fords in that top half dozen. 2 Chevys, 4 Fords in the first 6 spots, and the Fords did not show a lot of speed in qualifying. Only one, Keselowski, made it into the final round. But here they are, to battle these Chevys for the win, and the first Toyota is Bubba Wallace back in 7th place. There's the Jeff Burton paint scheme that his son Harrison is carrying for the Wood Brothers today.
You see? Oh, go ahead.
If you're the 24, what do you choose?
I'm gonna choose the outside. I want the outside. I need to get to the turn 2. I need to be in position at turn 2. I feel good about that. If I can get him around door to door to 3 and 4, I've got him. You can't come off of 2 behind him, but I like the outside when I get to 3 and 4.
Okay.
But after what we just saw, the key word is I got to get to 3 and 4.
Right. Here they come to the choose.
I got to get
outside.
1.
That's what I like that move.
So William Byron will have his teammate Chase Elliott behind him. Harvick's Ford will have Keselowski's Ford behind him for the restart.
I do think on the last restart, didn't Ross start pretty quick in the box?
They were pretty even on the last one.
Early in the restart zone.
Yes, early in the box.
Early
Yes.
in the box. I think that caught everybody else off guard.
The help behind for sure. Neither car had any help behind. You're going to see more help up now.
Yeah, that created a gap.
Yeah.
I think you're going to see the help on the outside, and you're definitely going to see this Brad Keselowski look for a 3 wide. If he lags back just at least a little bit and gets a run on those 2, Keselowski is going for it.
Or everybody knowing that it was Kyle and Ross on the front row created a gap.
Yeah.
There's the Goodyear 400 trophy. That awaits one of these drivers in 2 laps if we get back.
How about Bubba Wallace? See him in the backside of that camera shot, man.
Overtime restart number 1. It'll be between Kevin Harvick, William Byron on the front row. Byron takes the outside. Green flag back in the air. Harvick got a good launch on the bottom. Will he be able to work his way into turns 1 and 2, or will Byron get the run off the outside? Keselowski and Elliott side by side behind them for position. Harvick trying to hold on door to door with Byron. He can't do it. Byron takes the lead off turn 2. Will they make it to the white flag? If they do, the next flag will end the race. Harvick is 3 car lengths behind the 24 car of William Byron and trying to keep up. Chase Elliott in 3rd, holding back a lot of cars behind him. Bubba Wallace going for the top 5 as he runs wide in the middle of the corner. Gave up a little bit of room on the bottom. I think Harrison Burton makes his way around him. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One Bank. It is William Byron who is out in front as of right now, 0.4 of a second ahead of Kevin Harvick. Byron came so close to winning this race last year after leading the most laps. Joey Logano bumped him out of the way with 2 to go to win the race. Byron gets redemption with everybody wrecking ahead of him after having a fast car early. He doesn't lead till the final few laps. The most important, Byron wins the Goodyear 400 in 2023. Harvick 2nd, Elliott 3rd, Keselowski 4th, and Bubba Wallace rounds out the top 5. Stay tuned for the post-race show. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content on your way out as well. Our goal was 150 likes on the stream today, and we hit 161. Be sure to run that up here on the way out. Maybe we get to 200. And again, subscribe. William Byron gets it done. Redemption from a year ago, his 3rd win of the season, the most of any driver so far this year through the first 13 races. And again, you'll get to hear from Byron as well as the other top finishers and maybe notable drivers from today's race. 22 cars finished on the lead lap. Total time of today's race, 3 hours, 23 minutes, and 23 seconds. 2 laps of overtime today, going past the scheduled distance by 2 laps, 295 total. Average race speed of 119.38 miles per hour. 8 cautions in this race as well. We had 4 different drivers that led a lap. 22 lead changes with those 8 drivers.
He probably needs to go down and give Ross an attaboy too.
For both of them. Yeah. Thank you. Got to be there to capitalize on it, though. And I think that's what Williams already did.
Eighth win of the season for Chevrolet, and the Bowtie's 43rd win at Darlington.
Good car all day. Solid car.
Jamie Little.
William Byron, 1 year ago, the frustration, the fire that we saw in you of being wrecked from the lead with 2 to go. Now you come back here a year later, a little bit of redemption. Put into words what this one means.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. My granddad passed away on Thursday, and just, man, I wish my family could be here, but just things have a way of working out, honestly, and it just worked out that way today. You know, we didn't have the best third stage. We just kept battling, and things just kind of come back around. So I want to wish Happy Mother's Day to my mom. My sister just graduated school, so big day. Definitely didn't expect this, but just thankful for a great team. And yeah, just things have a way of working out, and come back here at Darlington and have it go exactly the other way.
There's a lot to celebrate, obviously. It's NASCAR's 75th anniversary. You do it at the second oldest track at Darlington, and I just heard your team say win number 100 for Team 24. What can you say about this team and the process that you guys have gone through this year?
Yeah, I'm just thankful that I was able to, get in this 24 car. I was, too young at the time, I feel like, but, growing up, maturing, and just having a great team around me, being able to build the core that we have. I have a great group of guys, Rudy, Brandon McSwain, Tyler, my car chief. Everybody on the team does a great job preparing good cars, and we work hard at it. So it's nice to see it, go our way once.
William Byron wins at Darlington.
All right, Regan Smith has caught up with Ross Chastain.
Ross Chastain checked and released from the infield care center. Ross, the second to last restart. What happened in turn 1?
Full commit into 1. I got really tight and drove up and turned myself. I wanted to squeeze him. I wanted to push him up. We've been trading back and forth all day, and I wanted to push him up for sure, but I definitely didn't want to turn myself into 1.
How frustrated do you think Kyle's going to be with you after this one?
Well, it's not. I mean, I'm the one standing here talking to you, so for everybody at Worldwide Express, Unishippers, Global Trans, and to drive the big brown truck today with UPS on the hood, it was a dream come true, and we had a shot. That's all we can ask for.
Thanks, Ross.
William Byron gets to celebrate with Carl and Rick.
Go through the full field finishing order here. If we get any other interviews in the background, you guys will get to listen into those as well. That was William Byron, your race winner, and then Ross Chastain outside the infield care center with Regan Smith. William Byron's margin to victory, 0.7 of a second over Kevin Harvick, who finishes in second. Chase Elliott with his best finish since coming back from his leg injury, finishing third today. Brad Keselowski fourth, and Bubba Wallace with a great rebound to round out the top 5. Harrison Burton had a solid day today, finishes in 6th place, ran top 10 most of the afternoon. Kyle Busch with a great recovery, finishing 7th after having that slow pit stop on the second to last stop of the race. Ends up finishing 7th. Justin Haley back-to-back top 10s in the Goodyear 400. Finished 3rd last year, 8th this year. Ryan Blaney just his second top 10 finish at Darlington in his career in his 13th start, finishing 9th today. And Chris Buescher rounds out the top 10, having both RFK Fords in the top 10 at the end of the race. Ty Gillen finishes 11th. Denny Hamlin 12th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. from a flat tire finishes 13th. Christopher Bell 14th after having to pit unscheduled after being second place off the final pit stops of the race. They had a loose lug nut. He came back to finish 14th. Ryan Preece, 15th place finish. Ty Gibbs, 16th. Chase Briscoe, 17th. Joey Logano in 18th. Austin Cindric, 19th. And Kyle Larson ended up finishing in 20th. Eric Almirola, 21st. Tyler Reddick, 22nd. And he was the last car to finish on the lead lap. AJ Allmendinger, 23rd. Corey LaJoie, 24th. Eric Jones ended up 25th. Noah Gragson, 26th. Ty Dillon, 27th. Ryan Newman, 28th. Ross Chastain, 29th. Josh Berry, 30th. Martin Truex Jr., 31st. He DNF'd after that big accident on the, would have been the third to last restart of the race. BJ McLeod, 32nd. Michael McDowell, 33rd. Daniel Suarez, 34th. Austin Dillon, 35th. And Brendan Poole ended up rounding out the 36-car field today. Martin Truex Jr. led the most laps today and also won Stage 1 with 146 laps led. Ross Chastain won Stage 2, leading at 93 laps. Kyle Larson with 29 laps led. And race winner William Byron led just 7 laps today, and it was the final 7 in the race. Again, we had 8 cautions total in today's race, 6 of which for incidents. And take a look at the drivers who I predicted for today's race and see how those predictions ended up going. I said in the pre-race I was debating between taking Byron or Larson. They both have fast cars. Larson had a shot to win late, had about a 2.5 second lead before the Ryan Newman spin with about 22 to go. We don't know if he would have won the race. Maybe he was getting out ahead too early, and maybe Bell had a chance to run him down over the course of that final run. In the end, neither driver finished in the top 10. And unfortunately, well, neither driver, meaning Bell or Larson, finished in the top 10. Byron did get the win, though. I was right on my prediction for him, but I just picked the wrong Hendrick Chevy to win today. And another race where I take Larson to win, and he gets in a wreck. He did finish on the lead lap, but he got in a wreck one way or another. It's insane. All 3 times I've taken him to win this year, he has gotten in an accident with a fast car. 4 times, actually. Dover, Bristol. He lost late on a restart. I think I took him at Vegas at the beginning of the year, and then today. So it's kind of a recurring trend. Except for the Xfinity race yesterday when I took him, but in the Cup races. Let's see, the other predictions. The other must-have pick I would have had for today's race would have been... I had Larson, Byron, and Hamlin. Hamlin ended up 12th, hit the wall early at Stage 1, never recovered. Never really got back in the top 10 other than that. Actually went a lap down with the late cautions, got back in the free pass, missed the wreck, got a 12th place finish out of it. He was outside the top 20 late. But still no top 10 there. So I went 1 for 3 on my must-have picks this weekend. Sleeper picks, Tyler Reddick caught up in that second-to-last accident, finished 22nd. I was wrong on that pick. I was, let's see, where else was I wrong? Stenhouse finished 13th, had top 10 speed all day, didn't get the top 10, and Eric Jones had that wheel come off, causing an accident all the way in the early going of stage. Actually, I think that was, yeah, that was early going to Stage 3. It was the first lap of Stage 3 where that happened. Jones finished 25th. So 0 for 3 in the sleeper picks this week. Don't have picks. Drivers I predicted not to get top 10 finishes. Ross Chastain was one of them. Oddly enough, he was the most dominant of the 3 don't have picks, but he was the one that ended up not finishing in the top 10. The other 2 did. Chase Elliott ran top 10 for most of the final stage of the race, ended up with a 3rd place finish, and then Ryan Blaney snuck in there late with a 9th place run. So that is that. So that was the predictions. We'll take a look at the Fantasy League. If you're not in the Fantasy League yet, be sure to do so on the NASCAR mobile app or website. I'll put the name in the league, KRC League. You have a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing the following season if you win the regular season or playoff championship. Can't win the regular season championship if you're already in the league, as we're halfway through the regular season, but you automatically qualify for the playoffs if you're in the league when the playoffs start. The points will reset, where it will be 2 separate champions. If you win the same title both times, then you can double down on your winnings. On the website, you can go to Quick Links, and or on the app, on the NASCAR app, that is. You can go to the top left-hand corner of the screen. There'll be 3 bars. Click on it, then you'll see an option for Fantasy Live. You'll click on that. Quick Links right here. You'll hit Fantasy Live. We'll check out my team. Looks like Regan Smith standing with Kevin Harvick while we wait on this.
You guys had a pretty good race car for the majority of the race, and things got crazy at the end.
Yeah, we had a good car all day. We just never could get up towards the front, and our Sunny Delight Ford Mustang struggled in traffic today. But we were really good at the second half of the run and just struggled at the beginning of the run. But we had good track position and had a bad pit stop under green, and then wound up having everything work out there at the end. Didn't have anything for William. The fronts tore up pretty good. But they did a great job and just kind of kept ourselves in the game, and you never know what's going to happen.
Thanks, Scott. Or Kevin.
Yeah, it's funny with 13.
So the drivers I had on my fantasy team in the starting 5 were Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Larson, William Byron, and then I had Suarez in my garage. He had the early issues with being back in traffic after a pit road speeding penalty. He was 25th on back from that point on. So that's why I had him in the garage. It worked out. He only had 3 points, ended up wrecking at the beginning of stage 3 anyway. Byron on the team, he won. Larson scored a lot of stage points, but unfortunately finished 20th. Martin Truex Jr. did not get a top 10 either. I think, actually, Byron's the only driver on my team that got a top 10 this week. So despite the fact that really 4 of the 5 are running really well for most of the day, Truex ended up with the DNF. Stenhouse had that flat left rear early in the final stage, unfortunately. As far as the bonus picks, I had Larson over Hamlin. I was wrong there. Wrong on Jones over Bell. Wrong on Logano over Harvick. And wrong on Suarez over Gregson. So 0 bonus points. It's probably my worst week of fantasy so far this year, even though it was looking good up until those final couple restarts. Ended up with 153 points total. Finished 12th in the league this week. Enough about me. P-Chat Motorsports wins the league this week with 201 points. Inside Uranus finishes second with 199. We're giving Buckeye Racing Team with 184 points. Finishes third. Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan finishes 4th with 183. Nathan Powers finishes 5th with 179. Here's Chase Elliott with Jamie Little.
Take us through the race and just how you guys felt there at the end.
Yeah, I feel like our car was plenty good, really, throughout the whole day. I just do such a terrible job getting up through traffic, and I get stalled out behind guys, and I just feel like people driving cars like mine don't do that. They tend to get up through there and get to where they belong. So I feel like everything on the other side of the wall and the car that I was driving was really, really good. So I need to just try to improve and keep going to work on the areas that I'm struggling in, and try to build on the improvements we've made. But we certainly I certainly have a long ways to go. But really proud of our team effort to keep us in the fight. Pit stops were unreal. And obviously got really lucky there at the end with those guys crashing and then the caution coming out quick for myself and guys like Brad to keep our spots like that. So I'll certainly take third and appreciate all the effort this weekend. We're making some small gains here and there. Just gotta get some more.
Throwback paint scheme looked great for Chase Elliott, making his dad proud from the booth.
Sure, it sure did, Jamie.
All right, so trying to think here. Where was I at? Oh yeah, I was gonna look up to see who P-Chat Motorsports had in his team this week. Patrick Shadley down in the chat. For anybody wondering who that is, he had Hamlin in his garage at the end of stage 2, so he missed out on some points there. Which at the time I could see why he did that, because everybody else was outrunning him, and at the time I think all these other 5 were in the top 10. Martin Truex Jr. ended up DNFing, so he lost out some points because of that. But obviously he won this week, so still scored a lot of points. Bonus points is where he really got the win. He ended up with 30 of the 40 possible bonus points. He had Harvick over Logano, Bell over Jones, Hamlin over Larson. He just missed out on taking Gregson over Suarez, with Suarez getting DNF'd in this one. Gregson was caught up in the same wreck, but he still ended up finishing the race. So that is... I think that's going to end up finishing our live commentary stream this week. I'll pull up start times next week real quick. We know Sunday for the All-Star Race, North Wilkesboro live commentary. We'll go live for the Open at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then we'll go live for the actual All-Star Race itself at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next week. So that'll be the start times next week. Regan Smith with Brad Keselowski, you get another interview in here late.
And really proud of everybody with the Castrol team here and RFK Racing with our Mustang. But just need a little bit more speed. I mean, just knocking on the door here, doing the best we can. I thought the setup was really good, and Matt McCall and the team did a great job. Then the last few restarts, I picked the high lane, and everybody wrecked on the top. Like, I should have picked the bottom. I could have won it. But all in all, really competitive, really solid, and doing all the things we need to do.
Thanks, Brett.
All right, so that was Brad Keselowski. Again, start times for next Sunday on the channel. North Wilkesboro All-Star Race. The Open will be at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Again, Sunday, not Saturday, Sunday, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then the actual 250-lap main event will be at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sunday. As for Saturday, the NASCAR Truck Series live commentary stream from North Wilkesboro will start at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. On that one. So again, at 8 p.m. on Saturday for the Truck Series, there will be heat races that the Cup Series drivers will be racing on before that, which we will also go live for. And I believe they'll start at either 5 or 6 on Sunday as well. So that will be the start times for next week. Here's Chris Buescher as well with Regan Smith.
And qualifying went everything but our way, and put us in the hole to start. Worked hard at it, had good pit stop. Everybody did a really nice job, and survived the chaos there at the end. We were in the top one time, bottom one time, and had a front row seat for the action. But ended up all right. Really wanted those last 10 laps to fire off and see. I thought that would be an opportunity for us to move forward, and we just didn't get the opportunity with the cautions going into overtime there. Just ended quickly, but proud of our group. That was solid from where we started.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks so much, Regan. Listen, I know...
So I'm not sure what time the heat races are exactly, or Saturday for the Cup Series. But I know it's before the truck race, and I would expect it to be anywhere between 5 and 6 o'clock. They'll end up starting that 6:30 at the latest. But I would imagine they'll probably want to get it done before, at least within an hour before the truck race. So I would imagine they'll start it anywhere between 5 and 6. So just be on the lookout for that. I'll put it in the community tab once I get more details. I can't find the start time for right now. So we will be live, though, for the heat races Saturday at North Wilkesboro for the Cup Series, as well as the truck race, which is a points race on Saturday night. And then, again, the Open and the All-Star race. That we know, 5 and 8 p.m. start times. There'll be 2 separate streams there. And then the heat races with the Cup Series will be a separate stream from the truck series as well on Sunday. The truck race will start at 8 p.m., I know for a fact, on Saturday night. So thanks, everybody. Have a good rest of your Sunday. Happy Mother's Day out there again to all the moms watching or listening, or your parents watching, or whatever the case. Wish your mom a happy Mother's Day. Thank you, everybody, for your support as always. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. And on the road to 5,000 subs. I'll see you guys again next time. NASCAR 07 will be tomorrow night on the channel. We have a Southern 500 at Darlington coming up for you guys. Full race. That'll start at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. See you, everybody.